Again, it is time for today's Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today95.1 FM. Today's Sports Live it is. And the man on the MIC, it is cold and wet Sunday afternoon. I am of your Wallace. You can also call me the sports chef as I'm ready to dice season and also spice up your afternoon with hot talking points from the world of sports. And we've got lots and lots on the menu today. Formula One, lots of Formula One. We'll head over to tennis. We've got powerlifting. We've also got basketball, as you know how we always do on the first part of today's Sports Live, where we get to talk other sports, and then by 3:30 we'll get to talk football, and then 4:30 to 6 the guys in the second half will come and do justice to everything that's happening in the world of Nigerian and African football. But till then, it's me, the guys in the studio, and you are lovely listeners. And speaking of the guys, I've got a full house right here with me, you might say that, and more, still expecting more for that matter. We've got the man they call the demigod in the world of sports, Osas Ihinwe. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you, Ovia Wallace. Good afternoon to my colleagues right here in the studio. Good afternoon to the city of Port Harcourt. It's a beautiful Sunday, cold Sunday afternoon right here in the city of Port Harcourt. So much to talk about in the world of sports. As you've said, we're going to be starting with other sports. Yeah, tennis is heating up. It was the cousins, the game of cousins, and the American again, Coco Gauff, showing why she shouldn't be written off when it has to do with the WTA, as she got the better of Jasmine Paolini. Getting the better of Jasmine Paolini is no mean feat for anybody at this point in time, because Jasmine is one tennis player who has shown how dynamic she has been over the years, more or less like a late bloomer, and here she is right now doing the biggest of things when it has to do with female tennis. And Coco Gauff, beauty to watch yesterday in straight sets. When she wants to play tennis and play it to the best of her abilities, she does it 100%. And also, when she wants to fall, she falls really flat and gets so emotional with it. But good to be here again this beautiful afternoon, Ovia Wallace. Let's get talking.
All right, yes, let's get talking. Lots to talk about on the menu today. And sitting right beside him, donning the Chelsea jersey, the black and silver, if that should be silver. He's Nelson Odia. Nelson, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show once again. Long time since we've seen you on today's Sports Live.
Yeah, wonderful afternoon to you. It's another Sunday once again to talk about sports, the marathon edition. We're seeing what happened on Friday. It's still fresh on everybody's mind. Benin Republic, top of the table. South Africa, second place. But Lamb for Nigeria. We'll talk about that in the second part of the show. But it's that fun Sunday once again. We'll talk about all the sports. Yes, Osasa will talk about the tennis part of things, the WTA standing, Coco Gauff, and the rest of things. We're talking about Formula One right here. Just sit back and enjoy the show, because it's not a football weekend, but we are sure that we're going to give you premium entertainment here, because it's that time where we bring you what's going on in other sports, the tennis, the Formula One, and the rest of them. So just sit back and enjoy the show.
All right, and sitting right beside him, donning the Argentine jersey. Are you going to be supporting Argentina during the World Cup come 2026? If Nigeria fails to qualify for the World Cup, Victor Israel on the show this afternoon. Victor, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Ovie. For the question, I'll be supporting any team aside Super Eagles. My prayer is that the Super Eagles should not get near that World Cup. They should just stay at home. Since they don't know what to do, they should stay at home. Let's focus on teams that are being serious, because just as Nelson said, we saw lots of things happen. Seeing the Benin national team showing us that yes, they want to be there. Our own Gennett Raw, showing that yes, he still has the technical know-how to put a team in order. And
I don't know why. I really don't know why you're saying our own Gennett Raw. Since when did he bring his Nigerian passport to the table?
I can remember those days when he was the coach of the Nigerian team. You could see him trying to blend in. At some point, he was even struggling to speak the Nigerian pidgin. So it's safe to say that he is one of our own. one time this, one time that. So I would say the Super Eagles hasn't really shown the seriousness, because if you can't put away teams like Lesotho, you can't put away teams like Zimbabwe. Then I feel they are not ready. So, but just as you said, the first part of the show, we are here to talk about other sports. And looking at other sports, we've seen lots of things happen from the tennis court down to the fast track of the Formula One. And when you just talk about Formula One, there are lots of entertaining things to talk about. There's some records that needs to be broken. So I look forward to one day breaking some of those Formula One records. yes. Not just in Nigeria, but the Choba Grand Prix.
Yeah. I understand. It's a inside joke. All right, and last but not the least, he's the dollar, as I like to call himself, and our big man here. We'll be handling things from 3:30 to 4:30. I'm sure he's already got a lot prepared because it's hot. I mean, it's cold right there outside, and nothing spices up the people of Port Harcourt or football fans better than football. Benjamin Mina, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Yeah, Ovie, good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon to our lovely listener out there. It's good to be here to talk sports. Well, everybody's talking about the Super Eagles and their World Cup qualifier, but I think I wouldn't be sentimental when I say the Super Eagles are not ready for the World Cup. So for me, if I have my way, let the best team win. And if the Super Eagles get to win and South Africa gets to win, then South Africa are on the plane to the World Cup. So why not Nigeria lose woefully to Benin Republic, so that Benin Republic can go to the World Cup, and South Africa stays at home?
Oh, no, I don't really want to start the.
Meanwhile, on the night I'll not do, but I this is not the club side games, but I watched the Legends game yesterday between Liverpool and Chelsea, and it was interesting to see that after decades of rivalry between Diogo Costa and Martin Skrtel, he continued yesterday. The Liverpool Legends won 1-0, courtesy of Ryan Babel's goal. But the rivalry was something very. It was alarming when I saw Diogo Costa go toe-to-toe against Martin Skrtel, and good to see the likes of John Terry, Gay Cahill, Eden Hazard and co. Don the jerseys. It reminds me of those days when you have to watch these pure talents get to do what they know how to do best. But it's a show that's meant to be interactive, so you just sit down, enjoy the ride with us while we take the driver's seat.
All right, take the driver's seat, but I do not drive. I only cook. Yeah. All right, so we're hoping to warm you guys up, and as I've said, the show is interactive. You can join us via the SMS and the WhatsApp line, which is at 0701-933-9960. I'll call it once again, 0701-933-9960. And if you want to hear your voice or you want to voice out your opinions, you can do it via the call line, which is 0810-9510-951. Let's get the show started. We start off in Nigeria. Yes, Nigeria made a strong start at the 2025 World Para Power powerlifting championships in Cario, securing silver and bronze medals in the women's 50 kg category. Esther Nogu clinched the silver, while Rukayat Opeyemi Ajiboye and bronze, marking the double podium finish for Nigeria on the opening weekend of the competition. This edition is historic as it is the first ever World Powerlifting event hosted in African soil, running from October 9th to 18th. The Director General of the National Sports Commission, NSC, Honorable Bukola Olopade, praised the athletes' resilience and national pride, stating, quoting the man, he said, "Our athletes continue to make us proud, showing the world that Nigeria is a force to be reckoned with in powerlifting." He emphasized that NSC's commitment to supporting the teams throughout the championship, aiming for more medals in the coming days. With momentum building, Team Nigeria looks to maintain a strong showing and continue its tradition of excellence on the global powerlifting stage. The athletes' performance reflecting the depths of talent, discipline, and dedication that define Nigeria sport. Also, it's a good start for Nigeria when it comes to the powerlifting, securing silver, bronze medals in the 50 women's category. Looks like when it comes to the Paralympics or anything that has to do with the para, they know how to get the medal. But good start for Nigeria, and especially on an event hosted right here on our own soil.
Yeah, definitely a good start for Team Nigeria. When it has to do with any of the para games, Nigeria is one force to be reckoned with, maybe most especially in Africa right here. And that's exactly what we are seeing. I could remember clearly that was the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. Nigeria on the norm went through that particular game. Went through all the events without getting or registering one medal, not even a plastic medal. Yeah, they did that. But when it got to a few months later and it was time for the para athletes to do their own beats, yeah, they went there, and I think Nigeria was able to record about 11 or 13 medals from that particular one. And it goes a long way to tell you that this para athletes decide, or I think the regulations, or would I say the administration, when it has to do with para games or para events, it's more or less top notch, most likely because the attention is not there, and they just have to do what is right to get attention. I just hope that with all of these accolades coming in, when the attention gets to shift to the para aspect of things, things don't get to fall apart the way we have it in the conventional events for athletes. But it's a welcome development for the powerlifters, as they have taking this one by storm. I'm not surprised. They are even always there when it has to do with the global stage. Yeah, they put in the best, even when it has to do with the Paralympics. We've seen a lot for coming for Nigeria from the Paralympics level or para athletics level. Even when it has to do with the conventional athletics event, Nigeria is also good when it has to do with powerlifting. Yes, when it has to do with powerlifting, you have a lot of names to call that have done their beats for Nigeria, and I think it's a good one. It's a good one. What we just need right now is continuously building on this momentum gathered, and let's see how the future will be in a period where everything seems to be crumbling. Let's see if we'll have this as one that will give or put smiles on our faces.
All right, now we head over to talk tennis, and before we get to talk about the men's, let's look at the women's final currently going on right there in Wuhan, China. Jessica Pegula against Coco Gauff, an All-American final, and currently it's Coco Gauff who's taking the first set and looks almost to seal the win as she leads in the second set 6-5. Currently playing 15-15 all right now is Jessica Pegula to serve, and 30-15. Looks like Coco Gauff has broken Jessica Pegula. So Coco Gauff hoping to get another 1,000 event under her belt. But before we talk about or get into the nitty-gritty of the women's game currently going on, the men's side, Valentin Vacherot, ranked world number 204, pulled off a stunning upset, beating Novak Djokovic 6-3, 6-4 in the Shanghai Masters semi-finals to become the lowest ranked player ever to reach a Masters 1000 final and win it, beating his cousin at the Ridderketch 6-4, 6-3, 6-3. 2-1. And Djokovic, who was hampered by physical issues, including a sore hip, took medical timeouts and struggled with movement during the match. Despite the upset, Djokovic praised Vacherot's performance going from qualifications. It's an amazing story. His attitude is very good and his game was amazing as well. At the net, Vacherot told Djokovic, quoting the man, "Such a pleasure to play at least once against you. Don't retire." You can say Vacherot's journey was already extraordinary. He entered as an alternate, came through qualifying rounds and knocked out several higher seeds along the way. Meanwhile, Rinderknecht overcame a one-set deficit to beat Daniel Medvedev 4-6, 6-2, 6-4, saving multiple breakpoints and taking advantage of Medvedev errors. Reflecting on the rare matchup, Rinderknecht said, quoting him, "I can't even say it's a dream. It's just a dream that came out of nowhere." And now the two cousins have played each other and looks as if one of Valentin has emerged victorious out of that. Alex Cabari joins us in the studio. Alex, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio. Good afternoon to our lovely listeners. It's a pleasure to be here again.
All right, let's take a look at Valentin Vacherot fairy tale coming through from the qualifiers as an alternate and then becoming the lowest ranked player to reach a 1,000 finals and win it. Something we're expecting, or could we say maybe because of the heat? He took advantage of that. I'm not trying to undermine what the man has done. It even takes courage to be able to play Novak Djokovic and actually beat the man. But a good run for the man. How do you see, or how do you look at that run all the way to the finals and winning it?
Oh well, I could say it's definitely a surprise because the first time I watched Vacherot play, I think that was against Bas Varedinišeš, who currently ranked around world number 70 at thereabout. He played pretty impressively. He held his serve and he did all the right things and dragged the game to a deciding third set, which he overcame. And I looked at him from that game and I was like, okay, this is one hard hitter. This is someone who could probably do well on or against those other top seeds, because there's always going to be a shocker. There's always going to be someone who is going to try to upset. And that's exactly what Valentin Vacherot has done. Otto Rinderknecht has had a fantastic, couple of months right now. Maybe he didn't start the year off great, but his rankings have improved. I think he started 2025 outside the top 100 and is currently ranked 53. He's set to break into the top 50 after this ATP final. So it's been a good couple of months for him, and it was also an excellent final. I mean, who doesn't love a fairy tale story? I mean, it's brothers, it's like cousins against each other. Everybody used to pile up to watch the Williams sisters play. So it definitely brought out the crowd out there in Shanghai, and it was a highly expected affair. It's always good, when we have to switch from the regular routine. We saw Yannick pull out early on. If not, we'd all expect him to be a finalist, if not going home with the trophy itself. We saw Djokovic had to battle through injury all the way through, and even as he chose not to acknowledge that injury in his defeat to Vacherot, he still understands that, we all still understand that, yes, it played a huge role. So it's always something good, or should I say different, when someone else can be in contention. People that are not even ranked in 20, people that need these ATP points were not even the ones that were in contention for it. We saw basically outsiders. We have the ATP finals at the end of the year, and they had to go through such difficult routes and beating people. I think Rinderknecht took out Alexander Zverev, and Vacherot took out, was it Medvedev? They're about. So they all.
Medvedev. Yeah, he took out Alexander Zverev. He took out Felix Auger-Aliassime, and also Daniel Medvedev. If you're looking at Vacherot, it's got Novak Djokovic, Holger Rune,
Greg Spore,
Markak,
and
Thomas
Alexander
Marchak.
Bublik.
So it's quite the run for someone that is currently not ranked anywhere on the live standings. He's somewhere around 200 and beyond. So it's a surprise. It's definitely not something we were expecting, but I mean, it's a good kind of surprise. It's one of the reasons why the ATP is currently being should I say condemned, because it has become a two-man game, and everybody likes the surprises that the WTA can spring up, in the sense that someone you don't expect will just come from nowhere and beat your world number 2 or something. Look at what Pauline Jasmine did to Iga Swiatek across, what was it, 2 straight sets. She didn't even beat her. And then even one of the other games, I think that Swiatek lost in the last competition they had, she also got big held for the first time in her career, and then went on to lose it. So there's always this unpredictability about their matches, and a lot of us want to see it more in the ATP games, and it's so far been dominated by just 2 men. But the question is, this is definitely good for tennis, and it's good for, the rankings and all, but where does that leave you when it comes to Grand Slams? This is across 3 sets. How many of you can sustain that level for 5? That is when you get to the conversations of world number 1 and 2 who are currently injured. So if they can sustain this level, then who knows? Maybe next season might see more competition. But good up to Otto Rindanek and to Valentin Vacherot. Well played final.
Now, Benjamin, could we say the heat or the weather could play the bigger advantage come for both Medvedev and Rindanek? You have to look at Djokovic, who was actually vomiting and the pains and everything. You also have to look at the women too. They just suffered quite gruesome events in the outside of things. But can we say the weather played a big part, and Rindanek and Medvedev were just able to adapt better and survive better than Djokovic and Sinner and the rest?
Well, I think everything plays a role. Excuse me. Everything have its effects on the positive and negative, and it depends on who adapts and who gets to turn his or hers into something that could spoil you to victory. And I actually saw one of the games where I've forgotten the tennis player that said he was quite unfortunate. He was very unfortunate. He was very fortunate rather to have played in the evening, because the sun is way too much in China, and right now climate is one of those things that is key to tournaments, especially when you're used to playing in Europe, where the weather is quite different at this point of the year. The Roland Garros is not like it's quite hot. The US Open not very hot, but you're playing in China where the weather is very very hot, and getting used to one side of the game. The ATP, the Grand Slam comes earlier before these other tournaments, so you get used to the weather for the European weather, and you get. So I think the weather plays a key role concerning it, because Novak was at some point throwing up, and then you look at Medvedev, the heat was too much. I think the weather played a key role, for these players. But all the same, I wouldn't want to water down what what's his name has done. Yes, the man has actually. You look at the route that he has beaten most of the top seeded players. So I think kudos to him. He has done his own bit. Taking out world number 4. It's not a mean feat. Yeah, in as much as we could say limping Novak Djokovic, we know what playing against Novak Djokovic is. It's like playing against Sinner with a one hand. Until you see the other hand fall on the ground, you're not guaranteed that you're going to win. So I celebrated the guy. He has done very well. So I think he's worth every victory that he has won. Congratulations to him. But I think the weather was key. Not watching what he has done, but the weather was actually key to these top-seeded players, due to the fact that they're actually very used to playing in Europe, top tiers competitions, and the weather between the European weather and then the Asian weather is quite different, at this point in time.
All right, and congratulations to Coco Gauff, as it has ended right there in Wuhan, China. Jessica Pegula couldn't do what she did against world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka when she stunned her 6-2, 6-4, 7-6 in the semi-finals to reach the finals. But she has lost currently, Coco Gauff, beating Jessica Pegula in the All-American final in China, you might say. 6-4, 7-5, 2 straight sets. Gauff has been amazing and fantastic this season. But before we get to her, Osas Arina Sabalenka, her 20-match winning streak has come to an end at the event when it comes to the China Wuhan Open, or you might want to call it Masters. What would you say about her mentality this season? Because she was really annoyed. She threw her racket at one of the ball girls. She was really frustrated after. Yeah, those watching the
Though
lines.
she apologized almost immediately. She apologized almost immediately on that particular one, though.
Yeah, but what do you say about her mentality and the way you maybe say the burden and reaching, almost getting to the final, almost getting to the semi-final, and then she loses. I think she only has one, just one Grand Slam this year, and she has gotten to the semi-final of two, I think.
She has gotten to the finals of two. She got to the finals of Roland Garros, which she lost to Coco Gauff. She got to the finals of she won the Australian Open. Okay, she got to the finals of the Australian Open, lost to Madison Keys, and I think she also got to the final. Did she get to the finals of Wimbledon? Okay, semi-finals of Wimbledon. Then she won the US Open. That's the only Grand Slam that she has won for this term. Ovie, I think for Arina Sabalenka, she needs to. I think she needs more of a psychological boost going through, because when it comes to the physical input, she's got it, but when it comes to the psyche, that's where Arina Sabalenka is found wanting, and she needs to rejig her team. I don't know who is in charge of psychological duties there. He needs to be changed, or he needs to beef up his productivity, because that's one thing that she needs really clearly. Arina Sabalenka has gotten it really wrong this season. She's been a shadow of herself. In 2024, she had was that 2 or 3 Grand Slams to her. Let me see. Yeah, I think she had about 2 Grand Slams or 3 Grand Slams in 2024. She won the Australian Open, didn't win the French Open. Didn't win Wimbledon. Then she won the US Open. So she had 2 Grand Slams to her pocket in 2024. But this season, it was just by the whiskers she was able to get one. And if you look at most of the ATP 1,000 events. It was just earlier on this season that she was able to get a couple of them. That was before Roland Garros. But after that, she has been a real shadow of herself. And she needs to work on how she handles games when the pressure gets on her, how she handles games when she's probably on the losing side. I watched that game between herself and Jessica Pegula, and I could see a calmer Jessica Pegula that came into the game towards halfway period of that game. She wasn't really doing much in the very first set, but was able to get back into it. If my memory serves me right, I think Jessica lost the first set 6-2 and got into it in the second set, where she took that one 6-4. So it's something to work on for Arina Sabalenka. I can remember in the finals of Roland Garros against Coco Gauff, it was still the same thing. She complained all through and lost it to a more level-headed Coco Gauff. And also in the US Open, it would have been the case if maybe Amanda Anisimova, was that Amanda Anisimova in the finals against Arina Sabalenka in the US Open? I think, was it Amanda Anisimova? Yes, it was Amanda Anisimova. Maybe if Amanda had pushed a little bit harder, it would have been a different case than what it was right there in the US Open. So I think she needs to sit back with her team and work on how she handles pressure when it comes on her. Pressure coming as a result of maybe being a step back, taking a back in any of the games that she finds herself. She's got the potential to stick right here in the WTA for a very, very long time. I see Arina Sabalenka as one person who could have been able to match up what Serena Williams did in the world of female tennis. But with these emotional issues, she might find it difficult keeping that running through. You know, female tennis is one that once you begin to get close to 30, it's more or less like your twilight. It's more or less like the sun setting. So she needs to be able to gather as much Grand Slams as possible at this point. I used to see just one person as a rival for her, and that was Iga Swiatek. But from nowhere, I didn't even see Coco Gauff as a rival for Arina Sabalenka. But from nowhere, she's been able to gather for herself so many rivals. And Amanda Anisimova, Jessica Pegula, the one that took the Australian Open away from her earlier on this year. So she needs to start thinking of working on what is left for her to hold on to, and see if she could begin to rejig herself, because I think the Grand Slams, as against the time to win them, is beginning to run out on her. So let Arina Sabalenka sit back and evaluate herself and know how the next incoming season is going to be.
Right now, Benjamin, Coco Gauff, 1,000 ATP or 1,000 WTA finals in her belt. She also had the Australian Open this season. Not really a fantastic run for her this season, but you still have, two big titles. She also had the United Cup. The likes of Coco Gauff, Swiatek slip by and steal the WTA finals from Arina Sabalenka, or it's Sabalenka's to win.
Well, I would say for me that there are no favorites when it comes to the WTA, because we've actually seen it, a couple of times where we think the favorite gets to win, but at the end of the day, it's the underdog that gets to win. You look at it, they've been a little bit of inconsistencies in the WTA's section. So I think it's not like the ATP where you get to look at tournaments and you say it's going to be either Yannick Sinner or it's going to be Carlos Alcaraz's tournament to win. But in the WTA, it could go anyway. That's the truth. So for me, we've seen Coco Gauff playing good tennis. She just won against Jessica Pegula. And Pegula is one of those ladies that could spoil your party on a good day. That's what it is. And but she has actually shown courage, she's shown maturity, and she's gone past Jessica Pegula. And you look at it, well, Sabalenka at this point in time, for me, I would say she's not in the right frame of mind. That's my own point of view. But I think it could go either way at the end of the day. Coco Gauff, she's shown that she could come out of the blue on a good day and then hurt anybody at the end of the day. There's no ego there's no ego. We've seen Iga dominate her for a very long time. Whenever she goes to tournaments and she plays Iga, you look at it and say before the game starts, she's Iga have got to win against Coco Gauff. But Coco Gauff has picked herself up, and she's really, though she's emotional when she loses games, but I think she's gone past that stage. She's trying to grow out of that stage. She's quite a young lad. But at the end of the day, it could go either way, because we've seen situations where Sabalenka gets to play a lower-ranked player, and at the end of the day, the outcome is the lower-ranked player gets to win. That's what we've seen in tennis. So for me, as long as this is WTA, nobody is actually favourite to win this one. It could go either way between Coco Gauff and Sabalenka if they get to meet in the final. So it could go any other way.
Okay, I think for me, I just want to add one or two things to what Benjamin talked about right there. For the WTA finals, I don't know if Coco Gauff has qualified already, but I think with what she has done right now in Wuhan, she should be pretty very close to qualification at this point. And third on the ranking. No, there are some ranking points you need to gather. And through the season, Coco Gauff has not been brilliant. I was just looking at her records through the season. Apart from the French Open, Coco has not been really, really brilliant this season. Coco has just been there. I think
unlike Sabalenka and
Swiatek at some point.
Yeah, she's had a poor run.
I would even pick an Elena Rybakina or a Yasmin Paolini over her at this point when it has to do with an all-round performance through the year. So I think she's not really one person that I could reckon as a force for the WTA finals. If not for injuries, I would have even put a Qinwen Zheng ahead of her. Qinwen has not really had a good 2025, yes, due to injuries. Yeah, so if not for injuries, I would have put Qinwen ahead of her. I think for that WTA finals, I would even want to put a Jessica Pegulia and a Yasmin Paolini ahead of her. For Mira Andreeva has
she's currently fourth.
She's
on
currently
the
fourth
WTA ranking for the finals. Yeah.
Yes, but has she qualified?
No, she hasn't.
She hasn't qualified.
She has qualified.
She has qualified.
She has
Okay.
qualified. Yeah.
Okay. So now, can you just run through the rankings?
For the rankings, we have Arina Sabalenka first. She's qualified. Iga Swiatek second. She's qualified. Anisimova, who just moved up. She's qualified. Kuku Golf qualified. Jessica Pegula, who is fifth. She just moved up, but she hasn't qualified yet. I think maybe one more or two more wins and she has qualified. Madison Keys has qualified. She's sixth. So that's it for the women.
All right. So there's also Mira Andreeva knocking out some there. Elena Rybakina. Also knocking to see if they could get into that particular one. But it's definitely the top 8. So I would even fancy a Yasmin Paolini going in there.
Just 100 points difference between her and Elena Rybakina.
So I would even prefer or fancy a Yasmin Paolini going into that WTA finals and doing the needful. For Coco Golf, last WTA finals, she didn't have it real smooth. I think that was Qinwen Zheng who won that particular one. But I think for me, Coco is very, very unpredictable. I don't know if it's age, but she's highly, highly unpredictable at this point. So, but she needs to work on her consistency. Consistency is what she needs to work on. Arina Sabalenka, work on your head. Work on what goes on in your head.
They've all had their immature days. You know, they've all had their immature days, especially Coco Golf, where, like you rightly said, consistency is a main issue. For Sabalenka, she's too emotional when she loses, when she's on the losing side, even when the game has not yet concluded. If she's losing the first set, the frustration started rolling in. So I think they've got a lot to do. That's why I said it could go either way if Coco gets to qualify. Yeah, the WTA, you could have, Sabalenka could have the best of season and get to the final and still lose. That's what the WTA is. It's not as the ATP where you look at it and say, yeah, Carlos Alcaraz against Yannick Sinner is going to be a tough game. It could surprise you that at the end of the day, when they get to the final, if Coco makes it to the final, Coco could win, or possibly some other person could win. That's just how the line is. The line is very thin amongst the WTA players. So that's one thing. They just need to work on themselves and give us that consistency for a long time, where we are just like the Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz that we've seen for the past how many years now? 2-3 years. We've seen that consistency amongst the both of them. So I think WTA need to do more to give us that consistency. That's what fans want. It's not we are all looking at someone, we as fans, as journalists, as pundits or whatever, we are looking at that WTA player that could come and rival, what's her name now? Serena Williams and Venus, what they've done. You know, just like Novak is trying to surpass, Court. So this is what we want. We want to see that dominance. Not today is this, tomorrow is that, next tomorrow is this. No. We want to see that consistency. It was Iga before. Sabalenka, Coco Gauff. Tomorrow is this. Tomorrow is Ons Jabeur. We've not heard from her. Injury. Qinwen Zheng is injured. She's just coming. So it's just it's not good for tennis. We need consistency. We need to see that consistency for a very long time, where fans would know that, yes, this is what to expect from a game. In as much as you can't predict a tennis game or a sports 100%, but you know what to expect 60-70% at some point.
All right, let's do this right now. Coming off last season into this season, I want you guys, we'll start off with the WTA, then we enter into the ATP. The season is almost ending, so for the women, first give me the tennis player that has underperformed, coming off last season into this season that has underperformed, the one that has actually surprised you, and you say the standout player for this season? Let's start off with you, Benjamin.
Osas, please start.
All right, Osas, do you want to do the honors of starting
I'm
first?
passing the microphone to Osas.
All right, okay. I think for me, underperformer this season is definitely Iga Swiatek. It's going to be Iga Swiatek for me.
Coming off last season to this
Coming
season.
off last
Can
season.
Can we give her a bye because of the doping case?
No. Why would I give her a bye? Why would I give her a bye?
She missed one
Why
Grand Slam.
would I give her a bye? Yannick Sinner also had his own fair share of it. He came back and put himself where he ought to be.
It's different on the men's
So,
side.
why would I give her a bye? Yeah, why would I give her a bye? From last season, she was the major rival to Arina Sabalenka. I
Yeah.
think they shared. Did they share it last season? Australian Open was Arina Sabalenka. The French Open was Iga Swiatek. Wimbledon was Barbara Krejcikova, and the US Open was Arina Sabalenka. They probably she came in really hyped for last season. We saw her earlier on in that season. It was really okay for her, but towards the end of last season, she set it low and got into this season and continued. It was towards the mid period of the season that we started seeing some sparks coming from Iga Swiatek. So for me, I think I would just give Iga Swiatek that low performers award from last season into this season. Then my top performers award, I think I'll give it to Mira Andreeva. I'll give it to Mira Andreeva.
Wow.
Yeah, she was really nowhere to be found last season. Yeah, even if she had a pocket of good performances, beating some top 10 ranked players like Arina Sabalenka at one point or the other, but she was just a revelation into this season for all that she's been able to do, put herself in the center of the limelight at a certain point, breaking into top 10, sitting there. She currently sits seventh for some number of months. She's been able to remain consistent in the top 10. So for a young lady like Mira should be 18 years of age. It's been a revelation. It's been an outstanding performance for her. I really don't know which order you're asking at this point. Well, I've given you my, will I call it flop from last season into this season, and I've given you my top performer. I don't know which
What
other
about
one.
surprise of the season?
Surprise of the season. Is there? Okay, that's true. Amanda Anisimova.
Coming
Amanda
in
Anisimova.
and snatch.
Yes, Amanda Anisimova. Yes, could pass for my surprise of the season. She's been there, but this year has been something different for Amanda Anisimova. Really didn't hear anything much from her last season, but this season, she's been a rave of the moment. Looking at how she came into Wimbledon, got to the finals of Wimbledon, though she was torn apart by Iga Swiatek, but
A double
she made it again into the US Open finals. Wasn't torn apart. She gave Arina Sabalenka a run for her money, and since then she has always made herself very conspicuous and very obvious to be seen whenever it has to do with tennis tournaments this time. So I think that's the wave of the moment for me. She's done really, really good for herself this period. I was also looking at Linda Noskova, but Linda Noskova is just of recent. So let me just leave it with Amanda Anisimova. She has been a rave of the moment. Amanda Anisimova, Madison Keys. If maybe this same question is asked for next season, I would now pick Madison Keys as the flop of the season.
Flop of the season.
I had her come into 2025 with lots of hope.
She won the Australian
Open, and after that fizzled off.
Yeah, since then
basically, she had not seen anything much from Madison Keys, but good enough. That's how the WTA is most of the times. You see persons come with that spark, and all of a sudden you're looking for them. Ashley Barty is one of that. You find it difficult to find them on the map again. So it's a good one. As Benjamin said, consistency should be their watchword. What did Arina Sabale? What did what's her name? Serena Williams take as a fruit juice that puts her on the map for a very long time, doing it in and out consistently. So it's a beauty. Just to digress a bit, my eyes are up on the screen where we have, I think that should be Sundowns versus Amazulu. Should it be their feeders team or so? And the goalkeeper just did a Stanley Nwabali. And when I saw it, I remembered Stanley Nwabali, and I was like, is this what is synonymous with playing in South Africa? But I don't think so, because Rowan Williams plays in South Africa as it stands right now. But Stanley Nwabali, sorry, please, it's not as if I'm taking shots at you, but
you're
please,
taking shots at him.
No, I didn't do it intentionally. But he should just step up. We need him to step up at this point.
Why did they call out stray bullets? It was not intended for you, but they hit you. All right, Benjamin, what about you? Your flop of the season, your top performer, and your surprise of the season.
Top performer
coming
is,
off last season, no?
Sabalenka for me. Let me just Sabalenka for me.
Yeah.
And Nisimova for surprise of the season.
Yeah.
You know, she was bashed, really bashed.
I'll tell you, that comeback was...
And the comeback. See, I'm one of those persons that believe whatever life throws at you, there's always a learning point. You can use that to spoil yourself up and get to the pinnacle of where you want to go to. And Anisimova has actually done that. You know, after that beating, if it were some tennis players, you get beaten that way, you know, you still be soaking under that, what's it called? When it gets to the mental side of yourself would not be, you know, would have be very, very soft because of what you've gone through. But she found a way to actually pick up herself, and here she is. Surprise of the season. I think I'd have to give it to Amanda Anisimova. Then for the flop of the season, Chai. Who do I even give it to? Osas, who do I give it to? Biko.
It's your selection. Your selection is not mine.
Yeah, I think I have to give it to Iga. Iga has never. She's not been herself. She's not been herself.
But she picked up somewhere halfway.
I know she did. I know she did.
Took a Wimbledon after coming back.
I know she did.
I think she got to the semis of the US Open. And she's been able to pick one or two WTA 500
going
WTA 1000 between that time and
yes, but
now.
But looking at Iga, you know, a lot is expected of her. You know, I don't know about any other person, but I thought she was the person that was going to, you know, go for or get an eye for the record of Serena.
Why would you feel
because
that? Why would you
no,
so?
because of the way because you know,
Iga is a one-cut lady.
I know,
that's the issue.
but she started brightly. She's a one-cut lady, fine, but she's got the prospect. 1, 2, she's very, very young. She could learn to play. She could learn to play on other surfaces.
Sorry to cut you. After the US Open, she won the Korea Open.
She won Cincinnati
also before the US Open.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look at the National Bank Open presented. Okay, she got to the round of 16. So since Wimbledon, she's been able to add about 2 more to her title. Okay, she was beaten in the quarterfinal stage of the US Open by Amanda Anisimova, not really the semi-final stage, the quarterfinal stage of
Anisimova.
That. So now,
for me, I think she is.
Okay,
yeah.
for you, she is.
Yeah, she is.
All right, Alex, let's hear your thoughts.
I think this one is going to be pretty simple. I have Arina Sabalenka as my top performer.
So
you could not do any better than Arina Sabalenka.
Yeah.
We've already spoken about it.
The finals
only thing
of the Australian Open, the finals of the US
Roland
Open,
Garros.
the finals of of Roland Garros as well.
And the semi-finals
Yeah.
of Wimbledon. You definitely could not do any better than her. The only thing she needs to do is, you see these big games, keep your head down. You beat everybody. I promise you. There's a level she plays. There's a level she plays at.
You're comparing from you're coming from last season.
from
The
last
level at
season,
which
yeah.
she is right now. Could it be compared to the level at which she was
she's
last
showing
season?
more dominance
No,
in
last
her games.
last
I know
season.
what I'm saying. She's showing more dominance in her games this season.
Are you-
than she
are
did
you
last
serious?
season. It's not trophies. If you're talking trophies, she won 2 last season.
She won 2 last season, and
Her
the
win rate-
ATPs.
her
The
win rate
ATPs.
percentage. No, go and look at her win rate percentage for this year.
She had
the most finals last season.
She entered the most finals last
She
season.
won Wuhan last
if
season.
you look at her win rate this season,
She
if you
won-
look at
she
how
won-
many
she won
matches-
the Australian
she
Open
has-
last
She has
season.
also evolved
And
in
she
how
also won the
plays-
US Open.
in how she plays her games. I think among the women, apart from it should be because of the ban Iga got. It should be her alone who has dropped the least amount of sets among women. She's been more dominant. There's no other way to put it. It's just a matter of consistency. She has shown that from last season, I can carry on into this season. I could reach the finals. I could properly beat or school my opponents. But what is it with that final hurdle? Look at all the finals she lost. Can I tell you how many championship points she has had across different finals she's been in? Definitely had a chance to seal it versus Madison Keys. Got broken in the third set. Versus Coco made about 84 or was it how many on forced errors. So even against Anisimova in the Wimbledon semi-final, it does not get better than that. You play excellently, but then when you get to that stage, she's 5-3 up. Set for the set, and you're through to the final to play Iga. The next thing her head just starts. We watch it. We know what happens with Sabalenka. She just seems to break down and lose it all of a sudden. It's a minor. It's not something that has to do with play. You can call any other person on WTA, and I'll tell you one flaw they have in their play. One flaw that they need to perfect. I can't point anything out in Sabalenka's style of play. The only thing I can say is keep your head down. If she fixes her mentality, she's going to be well on top of that WTA chart.
So what about your top performer? I said that she was your top performer. Your flop and your standout, or would I say surprise of the season?
My surprise of the season is obviously, as the name implies, it's going to be a surprise. It's Madison Keys. She had an excellent Australian Open.
Coming off last
season, she was ranked world number 22.
Yeah.
She was ranked world number 22. Into the Australian Open, after her victory, she moved up to world number 5 in rankings. She's still in the top 10 till now. That has to be one of the biggest boosts you could probably see. I'm just talking movements within the top 50, WTA top 50. That has to be one of the best movements here. The reason why I'm going to give this one to Madison Keys is, even if she has not lingered around the other Grand Slams, the one Grand Slam she was excellent in, she took it home. I can't say the same about Anisimova. Anisimova has shown character to come back from a couple of those ones. Yeah, and difficult situations too. But when you're competing at a level, you need to be able to beat. And if you look at the names Madison Keys beat on her run to pick up that Australian Open, you'd know exactly why I'm giving it to her. So it's not a matter of the efforts that Anisimova showed. Yes, she has shown effort, which is on why I would place her a close second. But I feel like when you're able to convert those efforts, you're able to turn them into victories. Not just victories on the biggest stage. That's a grand slam. And you got there and look at the US Open, won by world number 1. The Roland Garros, that's won by current world number 3 Coco, and Wimbledon, world number 2. So between first, second, third, they share the remaining. Then you from 22 came and took one of the Grand Slams. So I have to give her that one.
What about your flop of the season?
No one comes to mind, though. Flop of the season. Coming off the back of last season, nobody comes to mind. Should I permit Emma Raducanu, they've been very disappointing, not the Brits.
I think
When we go to the-
Raducanu has
when
been
we- when we go
disappointing
to-
since last season.
Okay, she's been
She was
that
probably
level.
disappointing
She has been
last
disappointing
season.
since last season.
Okay,
so
so
maybe just the name, and then again coming off the current changing of coaches and all that she's been going through. So
it's not a standout. It's not a standout. I would like to give it to Iga. She has gotten a Grand Slam and a couple of WTAs. So I won't want to call Iga necessarily a flop, but I mean there are always people that we expect much from, and then they don't deliver. So I don't think I have a particular stand. I'm actually struggling to give you a standout name right now for flop of the season, because I feel like
If I may.
I could even say someone like Pegula, but Pegula has made a good effort reaching finals here. But I would say a whole lot was expected from her, Pegula. We thought we were going to see more of her. Rybakina has been excellent, but her rankings should reflect more of where she has
what
gotten
about
to. So,
Zheng Qiwen and Yasmin
injury.
Paolini?
No, I would excuse Zen. I would excuse Zen. Zen is a wonderful player. I know she's going to come good too.
Rybakina has always been around. I think Rybakina is one unsung hero that we've not talked about. Last season, I think she finished last season outside the top 10. At one point, Rybakina got almost getting outside the top 20, but she was able to fight her way back. She has been within the corners of the top 10, within 6, 7, 8. Now she's currently number 9.
That's who?
Elena Rybakina.
Rybakina,
She's
okay.
currently number 9. Been able to keep that consistency there. I'm trying to look at Ima Navarro at the end of last season. I think she was in the top 10.
Yeah,
She was in the top 10
She even won the most improved player of the year.
last season.
Yeah, last season
Now
she won
this
the most
season
improved
she's
player.
nowhere to be found. She's somewhere around 14th.
So we have to undoubtedly give her.
She was 17th before. Yeah, she was 17th before.
There's another name that is coming to mind. A Spaniard.
Paulo Badosa.
Paulo Badosa. Thank you so much for that.
Paulo
one.
Badosa.
Thank you so much.
It's
That is
another
the
one.
one that is coming
Yeah,
to mind.
where
she was
is-
at a level where I felt she was going to compete. Look at
Last
her at the
season,
Olympics.
She's
won-
23rd.
She was
Last
so
season
well.
she won the comeback player of the year.
Where is she? Right now.
I don't know.
She's
So we have to,
23rd.
it has to be between one of the either Emma Navarro
Or Paulo
Badosa.
or Paulo Badosa. So it's close. It's tight between each of them. First or second, you place them yourself over here.
I'm not placing anybody. All right, let's head over to the men's side of things. I'm sure it should be easy for you guys. The standout player, I'll be the top performer, the flop, and the the flop. You're going first now.
I'll start with my flop.
Yeah.
Jack Draper.
Jack?
Just straight to the point. Straight to the point. Jack Draper. He was supposedly. How do I even put this? Let me drift a little bit to Formula One. When coming into this season, Lando Norris was termed the obvious favorite for this year's Drivers' Championship. Everybody were like, I saw the poll, the voting, 83% chance Lando will take it home. You'd expect him to be leading that championship with a sizable gap by now. Has he done that? No. That was the same expectations from Jack Draper. He came into this season. I will not say maybe it's because of the English press, but everywhere I was, who is Jack Draper? And they were like, he is going to be stunning. This is the season where he. What is. Okay, now let's look at it in the Grand Slam.
The second coming of Andy Murray.
No. I always like to look at
I
it.
remember a British article wrote that Jack Draper might be the second coming of Andy Murray.
I saw articles like that, and I always like to point this particular fact out because it's a different thing playing in 3 sets tournaments, and then when you go to 5 setters, and then you can. Draper was up in the first round, 2 love on sets to someone that was basically unseeded, and he got knocked out first round while going 2-up. He has not lived up to expectations, not even slightly. I want to just see if I can bring out his records in Grand Slam this season. He has been so poor. I think the highest he's reached should be a round of 16. So where is all the things that we are talking about? Draper, the best you say is Draper used the ATP tours, the ATP 250s, 500s or 1000s to boost up his rankings. I think he's currently around 6th, 7th. Fritz has just jumped him. So if you look at it from Grand Slams, you ask yourself, why is this person where he is? But when you watch the ATPs, especially the ones where the minute he registers at the tournament, he's ranked as the highest seed because there's no one currently above him in most of the ATP tournaments he plays. And he just goes on to steamroll it, and it's 3 sets, so his energy he can conserve, he play every day at that level. When he gets to the 5 setters, where is he to be found? It is so disappointing because Wimbledon was in your hometown. Everybody were like, okay, we are coming all out to watch Jack Draper. They gave him one of the center court matches and said, okay, so that all of you can pack the support from your people, and they knocked him out. I don't understand. So I think it has to be obviously Draper. I could not look for a better. I mean, they are close. On the men's side of things, there are people we've had huge expectations from, and they've fallen off in recent years. Tsitsipas, you could go to Medvedev, you could go to Zverev. They've fallen off in recent years.
Coming off last season.
Okay, coming off last season,
Yeah.
precisely. But he has to be the standout one, particularly because of the whole energy that was created around the player he was set to become, which he has not achieved yet. So he's young. So we can't particularly say what if he evolves his game and come back and absolutely makes me keep quiet. turns me from someone who does not enjoy his matches to an admirer. So it's possible. He has age on his side. He's, I think, 22. So it's definitely something he can work on. But for this season, no, he has not been. He has probably been. Would I say him alongside Zverev, the people that I think do not deserve their top 10 rankings? But we obviously know what I'm talking about in the sense that they deserve it. But when you look at how they play, do they really deserve it? Okay, so
All right, your top performer.
who do we pick?
What do you mean?
Has
Who
to
do
be
we?
one of the men.
What do you mean?
Has
What
to
do
be
you
one of
mean
the
we?
men. Has to be one of the men because last two were shared by them. These
Yeah.
two were shared by them. I personally have a bias towards one of those players, so I'm obviously going to go Yannick Sinner.
Alright.
Oh, well, I think
We'll
what
let that
contributes
slide.
to it. I think what contributes to it is his ban. Yannick Sinner was banned for 3 months. He was out of action. His entrance back was in the room. Finals, the ATP,
Yeah.
and against Carlos, which he obviously lost, but he showed level. He already showed levels to it. We were already talking about Swiatek here and how after her ban she was sort of shaky. Naomi Osaka came back from her childbirth and all of that motherhood issues and shaky. She's just finding her feet right now. So it's one of all those kind of problems too. And Yannick came back and was still able to maintain that level. He has been operating at that level, and for me it's close. It's between him and Carlos, and I'm saying it just has to be personal opinion. So I have to go Yannick Sinner because I feel like he is one man where on his day at the very best of his level, I think he's almost unbeatable. Almost unbeatable because there's only one person who can compete. I saw someone that said when both of them are playing at the peak of their abilities, that Yannick could probably trump. But that when they are not on par, or should I say when they are not at their best, Carlos will be able to find a different level required to beat him. And I don't know if that particularly describes their playing pattern, but to some extent, we know Yannick's game and his consistency. Carlos has just recently, towards the end of this season, begun to find consistency in his games and the way he's finishing things off. US Open did not drop a set till the final where he dropped against Carlos. That's not Carlos' pattern of play. That's not his style of play. That's usually Yannick. Yannick is the one who does that, who beats his opponent pretty comfortably. And Carlos would like to, I would say, make his games a little bit more interesting. He's a showman. So come and watch Carlos if you want to entertain yourself, if you want a longer period of time. But if you buy tickets to watch Yannick Sinner, sorry, you're going home early. You're going home very early. He's guaranteed to give you that. So there's that consistency to his game that many people don't like. They call him robotic, they call him structured, but he does the job. He does it effectively. Whereas maybe Carlos can give you on and off days and drag you to a 5-setter versus a 38-year-old Fabio Fognini. And you will not know which kind of day that Carlos is on. Exactly. So it's, for me, it has to be Yannick. It's still close. but I'm going to give this one to Yannick just because of, like I said, personal bias, and I think his level he has reached.
All right. So who would be your, surprise of the season?
Surprise of the season. Ugh. This one is difficult too, because I don't have anyone in mind. I'm trying to recall jump-ins in the ATP rankings. That could probably help. I think surprise of the season. Would I say surprise? He also had huge expectations around him, but I think Ben Shelton has done pretty well. Going from where he was outside the top 20 and coming up to, I think, currently ranked around sixth. And that's really impressive. He's also taking his game to the next level. Wimbledon got to the quarters, yes, against Yannick Sinner, and then exited. The US Open, the US Open, he had to drop out early on because of an illness that was already bothering him. He won the tournament, the ATP tournament before the US Open. Was that Cincinnati? I think he won one of those ones. So he's played excellently well, and a point where you feel like you expect him to reach, and I think we could still see more from him. He's a hard hitter. He's someone that can disrupt the flow of the game. I watched him versus Yannick. It was 5 sets, so he seemed pretty subdued the minute Yannick actually began to go at him. But any day else, I think Shelton is going to give anybody a run for their money because of, first of all, I think his serves and his returns. Then there's something he has. He's an egoistical kind of player. He does a lot of gesturing on the court, and he helps a lot. He's able to spur up the fans. He's able to just 1 or 2 actions, and everybody are already telling him 1 or 2 things. So he has elicited the cheers from the fans. So it's for me, it has to be Shelton. I'm also trying to think of a close second, but I'll just say Ben Shelton. So there you have it: Yannick Sinner, Jack Draper, and Ben Shelton.
All right. Also, coming over to you now for the men's side. Your top performer, your surprise of the season, and the flop.
Directly, my top performer is going to be Carlos Alcaraz. That's it.
Now,
For him to
which
for him
ones
to-
are they support now?
for him to for him to get into this season and reclaim that number one spot, there was some sort of disparity between him and Yannick Sinner. Yeah, even if they shared the Grand Slams last season 2-on-2, but you could still see that disparity between both of them because of Yannick Sinner's consistency, even when it had to do with the ATP tours. Wherever you want to see him, he's always there, and the beauty at which he dispatches his opponents continued to give him that rise when it had to do with the pecking order. So for me, it's Carlos Alcaraz for the top performer of the season. For the flop of the season, 3 persons are on my mind right now. There's Daniel Medvedev, there is Grigory Dimitrov, and there's Kasper Ruud somewhere in that mix. These guys, let me even make it 4. There's Stefano Tsitsipas somewhere in that mix. These guys were in and around the top 5. In fact, Daniel Medvedev finished 2024 on number 5 position when it had to do with the ATP rankings. But where is Daniel Medvedev today? I think he's somewhere around 17th or 18th, thereabout. If you look for Stefano Tsitsipas, should be somewhere around 27 or thereabout. I think these guys, but for me, I think I'll just pick Daniel Medvedev as the flop of the season because of how high he was ending 2024. Fifth, I think he was just somewhere behind. That should be Novak Djokovic. So if a 38-year-old Novak Djokovic could still keep himself relevant, how much more you, Daniel Medvedev? So he's really shown us that tennis has left him. It's a psychological thing. Daniel Medvedev, Alexander Zverev, they've actually aired their thoughts on it, that tennis have left them. They don't feel as much as they used to feel in the world of tennis. So maybe that's one of the reasons why he's where he is. So for me, my flop of this season, coming from last season, is obviously going to be Daniel Medvedev. Then my surprise of the season. Surprise. Ben Shelton.
Benjamin Shelton.
Ben Shelton, for me, should be the surprise of the season. He's shown quality. He's shown quality high enough to get himself bambering with the big boys at this point. I also have Karin Chanchanov in that mix, but it's obviously going to be Ben Shelton. Ben Shelton is knocking heavily at the top 5 position, so the American has done a lot to put himself at that position right now, and he's pretty young. He's going to have a lot of time to prove that he can go as well as becoming the world number 1. Yes, he can do that, and I see him. He looks like one person that would definitely come of age when the time is right, and could as well break into this top 2. I see him as that person that could make it a big 3 at the end of the day. Yeah, we have big 2 right now, looking so much to see what that could turn out to be, but he's that one man that could break in and turn it to a big 3. So, revelation of the season, Ben Shelton.
All right, Benjamin, moving straight to you. It looks as if you've got the same idea or same mindset with Osas.
Maybe let's add a copy of Osas. Man, no go copy name. But the thing is, for me, I would go with like just like Alex said. I have this sentiment when it comes to Yannick Sinner. Trust me. Yeah, I like.
When
he's
they
one of those
argue
tennis
next week,
players
now
that I really like the fact that he actually came back from that ban and really had a strong hold. You know, I think he still kept his shape up, barring that final that he lost against Carlos Alcaraz when he was just coming back, and you know the guy really put up a fight against Carlos. It's been 1-2. If it's Formula One, I'll say it's 1-2. You know, podium finish. But I'll just go for 1 since there's no option for the second. So I'll go for Yannick Sinner. And this the flop of the season is Daniel Melvede for me. Like Osar said, coming back from last season, he was ranked among the top. Is not top 5?
Top 5.
Yeah, top 5. He was ranked top 5. Right now, he's on 14th position. If I'm not, my head serves me right. I think the man is a little was expected,
18th.
you know, from him. He's 18th right now. That he has fallen down the pecking order. A lot was expected last season, hoping that the man was going to, you know, rally round and then fight Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick, you know, but he's nowhere to be found. Then I would go for Ben Shelton for the surprise of the season. The young American has really, you know, showed that he can be that kid on the block, you know, with time. Though he's young, but with time, you know, there's this thing that age brings. It's not everybody that could be ripe at a very tender age, you know, but I have high hopes for Benjamin Shelton, and I hope that he gets to prove me right. He's my surprise of the season, Benjamin Shelton.
All right, that's all on tennis, and it's so surprising how, for the ATP, the guys have the same mindset for the ATP, but when it comes to the women's side of things, they differ. Looking at the selected 3, their top performers, their flop, and also it looks as if the men, there's not really much changing when it comes to the top performers and the standout players. But for the women, lots is changing right there. Now we head over to Formula One, but before that, let's open the phone lines and the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. What's your take for the ATP and for the WTA? Who is your standout performer of the season, your flop of the season, and also your surprise of the season? 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 933 996. I will head over to talk Formula One. All right, it's Formula One, and the 2025 Formula One season is shaping up to be one of the most dramatic in the recent history, with McLaren's Oscar Piastri leading the Drivers' Championship at 336 points, followed closely behind by teammate Lando Norris at 314 points, and Red Bull's Max Verstappen at 273 points. With 6 races and 3 sprint weekends remaining, the championship battle is tight and several scenarios could unfold. However, McLaren's internal dynamics, particularly the growing tension between Piastri and Norris, are threatening to overshadow their dominant season, despite the team securing the Constructors' Championship at the Singapore Grand Prix. And speaking of the team's dynamics, it's called the Papaya Rules, McLaren's Papaya Rules, and it's a set of guidelines designed to ensure fair and clean racing between Piastri and Norris, reflecting the team's signature orange livery and commitment to treating both drivers equally. Developed with input from both drivers, the rules emphasize responsible racing without designating a number one driver, as confirmed by team principal Andres Stella. However, as the Drivers' Championship battle intensifies, these rules are under strain, with tensions between Piastri and Norris already reaching a boiling point. The Singapore Grand Prix highlighted these cracks, where Norris made contact with Piastri on the opening lap while avoiding Verstappen, pushing his teammates wide. Norris finished third, narrowing the championship gap to 22 points, while Piastri came in fourth. And Piastri's frustration was evident over the team radio, where he questioned the man. He said, "That wasn't very team-like. So are we cool about that? About Lando just barging me out of the way, or what's the goal there?" Well, McLaren defended Norris, attributing the incident to his need to avoid Verstappen, but the stewards deemed it a racing incident and took no further action. This clash wasn't the only event. Earlier in the season, Piastri felt disadvantaged by team decisions such as the Monza pit stop strategy, which reportedly favored Norris. According to Jonathan McEvoy of the Daily Mail, the relationship between the two drivers has grown increasingly strained, with underlying resentment and jealousy over perceived favoritism with the teams. McLaren's golden boy narrative often centered on Norris, as first speculations that Piastri is being sidelined despite his championship lead. And now, how McLaren responded? Team principal Andres Stella promised a very detailed analytical review of the Singapore incident, emphasizing that trust in McLaren's fairness system is more critical than championship points. Team boss Zach Brown has maintained that both drivers are free to race, while Stella defended Piastri's frustration, stating that's the kind of character we need or we want to have from our drivers. However, commentator Martin Brundle has urged McLaren to let their two drivers duke it out, gloves off, suggesting that the team attempts to manage the rivalry may be stifling their competition edge. And McLaren is now set to hold crisis talk with Piastri and Norris to address the escalating tension and ensure team unity as the championship battle intensifies. The outcome of these decisions will be crucial, as McLaren must balance supporting two title contenders without compromising their Papaya rules or risking on for that track incident. Osas, coming to this Papaya rules, fair or not, they've clinched the championship, the Constructors' Championship. Is it a point of just drop this and let these drivers duke it out?
I think it's a case of let the both drivers dig it out. The way you talked about the Papaya rules, and you know that the Papaya rules is one that promotes healthy competition. So both drivers can go at it, but make sure that you don't explore illegality. You don't collide. Yeah, you don't collide. And Oscar Piastri has had it with Lando Norris on one or two occasions when it had to do with both drivers coming to touching distance between themselves, and right now it's causing a degenerating level of relationship between both drivers at this point. But I think if they must adhere to that Papaya rule as it stands, let both of them be given the opportunity to slug it all out, but let it be as gentlemen. I think at the end of it all, because if you want to tell one to drop down and become the sidekick for the other, if you want to tell one to drop down and become the sidekick for the other to roll over, then it's going to even cause more of a strain in the relationship after this season. But if you let both drivers slog it all out, whichever takes it understands that I did my best, and my best was just the best. and the other understands that, yeah, even in my best, I still deserve where I am. So I think Zach Brown and Andre Stella have done really well in making sure that this rule continues between the both drivers. I think where it has to, or where it will become more of a problem, is the perceived favoritism. It shouldn't be.
Is there really favoritism, or is that just an issue of
I think it's
better
an
driving
it's an
than,
issue.
than Lando Norris? And Piastri is just feeling the heat right now.
I think it's a case of Lando Norris coming back into the party midway to the season. He lost it. He almost lost his composure. But the truth is, Oscar Piastri is a better driver than Lando Norris. Lando Norris's decision making is one issue that has always plagued him. Yes, it has always plagued him. Oscar is a more tactical driver compared to not just this season alone, even last season. Oscar was the one that gave Max a huge run for his money. Even if Lando was the one that finished behind him. Right? Am I right? Yeah. But Oscar is that man. If you ask Max, Oscar is that man that Max will not want to be behind him. Because Oscar is very technical in the way he dishes out and very, very impeccable with his decision making. So for Lando Norris, I don't know where the favoritism is coming from. McLaren is an English constructor, right?
Yeah.
Lando Norris
is British.
And
then again, Norris has been there longer, almost 8 or so years.
I'm looking at it that McLaren is an English constructor and
they want
Lando is a British guy.
You also have to look at what happened at Silverstone also.
Yeah. So these are some of the things to put into consideration, but I think the team should stand very much neutral. Stand very much neutral. Allow both drivers. It's 6 races to go.
Yeah.
Allow them slug it all out. If at the end of the day, now I think why that should be is because McLaren is sure that they will win the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah.
They are sure that they will win it. No matter what happens between Oscar and Lando, they will win it. They have secured the Constructors' Championship. For the Drivers' Championship, there is 75 to 80% chances that they will win it, if not 90%, because I don't see, no matter how, the only time they won't win it is if Oscar comes at Lando Norris like we're Athens up against Sparta and just keep knocking themselves out and making sure that they don't gather points on the podium. But as far as in these 6 races, each of these drivers is able to gather points on the podium in maybe 3 out of those races, they definitely would have McLaren win the Drivers' Championship. So that's why I think the team has looked at it and said, let the papaya rule go on. Both drivers go on track, see how to do your best, but make sure that you don't come at each other's neck and just do your deed, and whoever wins it at the end takes it.
Well, Alex, now looking at these so-called papaya rules, has it really been implemented very well? You have to look at what has actually transpired, especially from what we saw at Singapore, from what the team told him. He was trying to avoid Max Verstappen and then bumped into his teammate. And though the papaya rules does state that they shouldn't hit each other and all, and then you have to look at the decisions that have been made against Oscar Piastri. And also, when you're also watching the races, when they want to go for a pit stop, they ask Lando first, do you want to pit before or after Oscar? And we all know how pitting before or after might help a racer, because you might pit earlier and then get the advantage, or you might pit later and then get the advantage. Oscar does not have that privilege of being, or they don't ask him first. And then you also have to look at the calls that have been made for him, even a pit slow stop that happened at Monza. And he said, I thought we agreed that a pit slow stop was part of being fair. No problem about that. He gave up his position. It's not the first time it happened. It happened last season as well. Also, he gave up his position to Lando. At this point, is it being implemented? And should Oscar just forgone it and just look at it at 6 races left? What happens? What happens? Let me just drive my race and let me win. And let me win this. Let me win this championship. Because if you want to look at the likes of the Mercedes 2016, 2017, when we had Lewis Hamilton and what was his name? And Valtteri Bottas and the rest. You have to look at it that if they told Hamilton to give up his position, let's say they did something, Silver Rose. Exactly.
Even at Mercedes, yeah. Back then, 2017, back then at Mercedes, Hamilton was the face of Mercedes.
Yeah.
Valtteri Bottas was just the completing the square guy. So how I don't know. You telling Hamilton to give up his position for Valtteri. Valtteri was actually sacrificed at most instances for Hamilton's success in that particular season.
So what should you say about the rules and it being so far? And is it really being fair on Oscar, or this is just plain as Osasa said it? Lando is back in the game.
You can't say the rules are being implemented or are being implemented correctly so far with the obvious instances you just gave. I would like to see a situation, a scenario of you where the rules are reversed. I was hoping for something like that at the last Grand Prix. Where was
Singapore.
Singapore, where Lando they fixed his poor pit stop.
Yeah.
The one I think was at Baku, where he had one very slow
pit
pit
stop, and then it happened to Oscar
it happened
at
to Oscar
Singapore.
this time,
But
and at Singapore,
this time they didn't give Oscar
I did
the go
not
ahead.
understand, because there was no clear reason for that. In the Lando one, they almost immediately communicated to him via the radio.
Immediately.
And they told him, okay, this is what went wrong in the exchange. There was a misconception, and the engineer that was supposed to attach your tire bolts back did not get the signal. So he just kept waiting to see. So that cost him about 6-7 seconds before he could drive out. Oscar Piastri also had the same at Singapore with the 6 to 7 second pit stop too. Very slow. Right, and at the end of the race, I think he finished about 3 points there, about seconds behind Lando Norris in the fourth. This is narrowly missing out on the podium finish. So I would just like to paint a scenario where the rules are reversed over, and I do not think it's going to be the same. Do you really think they are going to give up a position where Lando is ahead? We could permit that one and say Lando was ahead. He had that slow pit stop, and then Oscar was asked to give him back his position, but he was not leading the race. What happens if it's a race for obviously like the drivers' championship or a championship where the points are key and you want to finish first, and you're saying a pit stop is, like you did say, it's fair game. Why can't we go ahead with it? Why do I have to give him back the position? So it's not being very clear. I think there are a lot of people you ask this of and they would absolutely not give it to you. Max, I don't even need to go to Max now. We already know how Max is like. He will just push on with his. It's not that I've started seeing Max being a little bit subservient. He started being more receptive to the other drivers. I know that Max of before, he will not even answer you. So it's not particularly fair when it's implemented, and it's implemented one-sided. It's not fair, particularly on Oscar Piastri, because right now with the situation, the rules tend to favor Lando Norris. It tends to favor him, and it looks like they are still trying to create some scenario where Lando competes in these final 6 races. We said it was almost a done deal 2 races back. That was with 8 races to go. We sat here and we were talking about how it was almost finished. I think it was a 31 or 32 point gap between Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris.
That DNF.
And then not only did not finish, this is the second time all season Oscar Piastri did not finish on the podium.
Yeah.
He has finished in at least any of the. So if this repeats itself for 2-3 more races out of the 6 one, has it not been blown open again, particularly in a row or something, and he does not get to. So first thing he needs to do is himself. Don't even look at your constructor. You know the kind of driver you are. What your target all season has been on the podium. That's what you've achieved, barring the last 2 races. So yourself now, and what you're thinking is, how do I return to the podium? I want to return to the podium, because you give yourself the best chance. You take qualifying as seriously as possible. Look at George Russell.
Yeah, because he has out-qualified Lando almost every time. You look at the Singapore, he out-qualified him in Q1, Q2, Q3. Came the race, he finished behind. So it's really the problem. What's happening?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think there's a momentum to most things in sports, where once you start having a bad run, it tends to continue. Most of the time, it's only a mentality shift that will tell you, okay, wake up and try and change the results around. Which is why I'm hoping this is not a bad run for him, because to go regularly from finishing on the podium to a did not finish, and then back to not finishing on the podium. Yes, you picked up points, but you did not still finish on the podium again. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's like a striker who has scored in 10, 12 matches in a row. He blanks in the 13th, blanks in the 14th, and the next thing, they will need someone to come and start praying for him because he's out of form. He's not necessarily out of form. It might just be a shift at that particular time, and that is what I think maybe Oscar Piastri is happening to Oscar Piastri right now. Because how do you go from all of that to this back-to-back no podium finishes? So first things first, the most important thing to him right now is not to finish in lead or to win a race. I think the most important thing for him is to, that standard you've set for yourself all season, get back to it, get back on the podium in the next race. That is, for me, has to be the most important thing for Oscar Piastri. And he'll look at it and he'll know that, okay, this is the only way to set a precedent and to be able to say, okay, Lando, if you want to also still race, it's on. Because I believe that it was pretty much over. I believe that it was pretty much over. I said, as close as Lando would come, I think Oscar has sealed this one. Now it's looking very interesting all of a sudden. I think the gap is just 22 points.
22 points. So that means if this person, Lando, wins a race and Oscar gets a DNF or finishes outside of the top 10,
Lando is back. Lando is back in the lead.
Lando is back in the lead.
that is an ugly situation to be
So
in.
he needs to keep on finishing ahead of Lando.
Yeah.
No matter how they finish, he needs to keep on finishing ahead of Lando to be able to sustain that lead. But then again, before I get to you, Victor, that is where we come in now. Sustaining that lead. Should McLaren be actually worried of Max Verstappen? 273 points over the last 5 races now. Red Bull have made to the RB21. They've made 10 different changes. They've done front wings. They've done the floor. They've added the wings, the DRS. They've just done lots of changes. And now looks as if the car is actually catching up. A car that people were calling a tractor before, being slow, saying that it was only Max that could drive it. Now it looks as if Max, it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but it's going to be a hard job to be able to snatch that championship from Lando and Oscar. And it's also the best opportunity to snatch it, knowing that both of them, they might be having an internal fight, or the internal rivalry going on between both of them is able to slip just in between them and snatch the championship from them. Should McLaren be worried that Max is coming for them, or something that they can manage it and get the drivers' championship, no matter which of their drivers does it, if it's Lando or if it's Oscar? Or can Max do it and be a 5-time F1 champion?
I think it's not a case of can McLaren be worried, because they're already worried. When you look at what Red Bull has been doing, every day Max Verstappen is a threat to any driver, to whenever it comes to Formula One, because you look at what the man does. Even when it was Red Bull was tagged, the car was tagged to be very slow, we could see what the man was using it to do. He was trying to break that colonization of Lando and Piastri, trying to make it make it their own thing, make Formula One just revolve around them. So I would say Max Verstappen any day can maybe usurp those men. And what a nice way to do it, knowing fully well that there is something going on between Lando and Piastri. Because for me, I feel I don't like saying there is bias in sports, but if you look at it properly, it looks as if McLaren is always tilting the way of Lando Norris instead of Piastri. But I would say that Piastri is a better driver to Lando, but that one Adem Sabisha. So, but when you look at what Max Verstappen has been doing, I would say if care is not taken, it is a case of when, not if. Max Verstappen gets to topple this man from McLaren, but it's still a good one, and that is why it is sports. So that is why we always want to look at it, because some of us have even gotten tired. Believe me, lots of Formula One fans want to see a day where Lewis Hamilton gets to get into the mode and the mojo of this man, Lando Norris and Piastri. But the only man I can say yes that even if you don't get to watch races, if maybe you have been told there was a race yesterday, the only person you can think of without that you can think of winning the race without thinking of Lando Norris and Piastri is Max Verstappen. And I feel Red Bull have stepped up as regards their car. They've stepped up. Maybe lots of tweaks has been made, lots of changes has been made, and we are seeing that yes, it is providing results. And Max Verstappen, with the wealth of experience, with what he has been doing so far, can maybe get that crown from this man. That's just it.
All right, now coming over to you now, Nelson. The speculation that Piastri might be leaning towards Ferrari come 2027, as nothing has been said about Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton contract, which ends in 2026. But right now, we know the man is still focused on what's in front of him, and that's the championship right there at McLaren. But is it time for the man to try and spread his wings and move over to a better constructor? It's really coming next season with the changes. I know McLaren might not be as fast as they are this last two, so they've been this last two seasons, and Ferrari might have the upper hand coming next 2 seasons. But is it time for the man to spread his wings and try and leave? And there's also people that are also vying for a spot come 2027 in Ferrari, especially we don't know what might happen to Lewis Hamilton or Charles Leclerc. Carlos Sainz is there, Pierre Gasly too is around the corner, along with the rumors and all. But time for the man to leave or stay put in McLaren and making him for himself.
I've heard what you guys have said about him coming always second and how it has been kind of mistreatment for him, because even us had to say that he's one of the best drivers. He has one of the coolest IQ out there when it comes to races. That if he's behind, if he's in front of Lando Norris, it's going to be hard for him to get past. But I feel that I'd rather be in that position where I know that the car will give me 100%. It's the car that is also a part of this great success for the both drivers. You look at Red Bull, what's happening to Max Verstappen. You look at Ferrari, what's happening to Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. I will not say that one is totally the car's fault. It's also the driver's fault, but the constructor is also playing a big part when it comes to the way these drivers are being driving. I think we also what happened to Lewis Hamilton when he moved from Mercedes down to Ferrari. It has taken him quite some time now to fit into that constructor, and it will also happen. This same thing also happened to what's his name again? Happened to Oscar Piastri, because you go into a new constructor. It's now about time for you to just know how the constructor know how the is obviously going to be different from the McLaren constructor. Imagine him moving to Ferrari. He will start giving the same complaints that Hamilton gives. Yes, Hamilton gives a lot of complaints. He's that kind of driver that wants to complain a lot, but some of his complaints are also valid. And if you look at the McLaren drivers, they are not always complaining that much, because we know that the McLaren constructors always step up a lot when it comes to the Formula One races. So I think for me, I'd rather be that second position person that will get pole position most times, or sometimes even get to win a Grand Prix, than going to a constructor like Mercedes or Formula or what do they call this, or Ferrari, and still playing and still driving a bad constructor, and that will bring my reputation down to the mud. So I'd rather be that second position, that second position driver, always going to races, always coming second, or always coming in first in some places, in some Grand Prix, than going to these races and coming out third or fourth or fifth or maybe sixth. So it's for me, if I'm Oscar Piastri, I'll lean into my club, and I'll stay in my club. I'll stay in my constructor. So for me, I feel that it's about time for Oscar Piastri to realize that he's in good hands. Not only the constructor is in, but also him driving close to him driving close to what's his name again? Him driving close to Lando Norris. So I think it's a privilege for him, and I think it's going to help him grow more into it, because if he stayed there for a very long time, I mean, he can be able to fight his place to that top position when it comes to McLaren constructor.
Well,
let's drive close to what's making us smile.
I know many of our listeners will be asking, why are they laughing? Let me paint the picture. We are watching two nations that are not supposed to be playing football. They are playing football. San Marino against Cyprus. Cyprus leads away from home 1-0. It's first half. 5 minutes extra to play for injury time. It's been a calamitous game so far. I wonder how a professional footballer cannot. In fact, I don't know how to paint it. It is so. My eye, they paint me a bit. No shape at all. Like you pass the ball to you literally pass the ball to your opponent, and your opponent pass the ball to you again. What is this?
It's no shame, and I think I've seen like 3 to 4 yellow cards already. There's basically no shape, and
this game should have been. In fact, let them abandon this game.
Who are yet to find a playing identity for their Super Eagles.
Cyprus are found their playing.
They've already forsaken.
Look at Nigerians who are yet to find a playing identity for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
That is kung fu in football.
Making jest of two countries that are most likely might be having a better chance of qualifying for the FIFA 2026 World Cup.
Even if we play a novelty match, it will not get to this point.
Exactly.
All right.
It go shock you.
The truth is, even the likes of Kun Khalifat stand a better chance when they play against this team. Yes, because we've seen it now.
Oh no, they aren't that bad. I don't know if they are not that bad.
No, some are legitimately on the level of Sao Tome and Principe.
Yes, now.
Nigeria beat Sao Tome and Principe 10-0.
13. Is it 13 on
No, 10.
13 on aggregate, like 10-0 only.
These are they are on that level. San Marino are on that level.
Of course,
This is not it.
Celebrated
Their first draw. Okay, go.
In 25 years.
In 25 years, bro. They've been scoreless for 2 decades.
See these people. World Cup, and I never qualify. Or that they use another country's misfortune.
If I were the commentator,
That's so Nigeria, they watch South African games. Alright, Benjamin, still keeping it on the Formula One. George Russell, after his win at Singapore, says he's ready to fight for a championship. I don't know what to make of that. Over his last 3 seasons with pairing up with Lewis Hamilton, the man has already finished 2 points away from Lewis Hamilton. Coming next season, the changes that are going to be made to the Mercedes car, it is as if it might be a car that might be able to win, and he has outperformed Kimi Antonelli, although no new deal has been given to the man yet. But come next season, George Russell, can he start fighting for a championship against Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Max Verstappen in a Mercedes?
Well, the man is not very far from, even if he's far, he's not far in terms of number, in terms of position rather. He's not far, first or fourth. Also, as you're shaking your head, now you say we'll go for identity. Shake your head. Okay, the man is not very far from, in terms of position. It's he's number 4 with 237 points against what's his name now? Max Verstappen with 273 points. I think from first to fourth, next season could actually compete for titles. Everybody's competing. That's the truth. First to 20 is competing, but it depends on what you're competing for. So I'll be competing to, if it is football, they're competing to be relegated. But at this point in time, I think from first to fourth, that's Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, and George Russell himself. They've all got chance next season. Last season we said it was going to be Lando Norris' year, based on what he did last season. But Oscar Piastri is actually topping the chart, the Drivers' Championship at this point in time. So it could be anybody. Next season they all start from ground zero. So you just have to race and see how you can win the races and possibly put yourself in a good position where you could compete for the title. But another thing is, well, that's for the Drivers' Championship, though, not for the Constructors' Championship. But if we are to talk about the Constructors' Championship, I think the man is very far because Hamilton does not bring a lot on the table. Sorry, did I say Hamilton? Sorry. What's his name? Sonoda does not bring anything to the table. But for the Drivers' Championship, he could compete. It's not very far. It's not far off, in terms of the numbers. In terms of the positions, it's not very far off. So he could compete next season. But winning it next season, I don't think he will win it next season.
All right, let's go to the phone line. 08109510951. Formula One tennis talked right here on Today's Sports Live. Who are your top performers, your flop, and your star or your surprise of the season when it comes to the WTA and the ATP side of things? When it comes to talking tennis, 08109510951. The SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701-933-9960. Also for Formula One, the papaya rule suggesting that both Lando and Oscar can't damage each other while racing. Is it affecting the way they drive? And is there a kind of favoritism to Lando against Oscar Piastri this season? 0810-9510951. All right, I'll call the numbers once again, but this time slower. 0810-9510951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701-933-996. In a few minutes' time, Benjamin will be coming over to talk about football. But till then, the phone lines are open for you to join the discussion. We're talking about sports, tennis. The guys have given their top performers, their surprise of the season and their flop of the season, coming from last season when it comes to tennis in the men's side of things and the women's side of things. And Formula One, it's a big shake-up. 6 more races, and it could go either way for both drivers in the McLaren. That's Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. And there's Max Verstappen in the corners waiting to pounce on any mistake that the drivers don't make to snatch the Drivers' Championship away from them. But still then, Osas, Red Bull, the second seat, we might be seeing a big shake-up next season. Now, Alex Dunn from F2, he has been released from McLaren's academy, and Merkis is looking at him and saying that he could come in to replace one of the people in Racing Bulls, because they're looking at bringing Isaac Hajar over to take the seat from Lando Norris from Yuki Tsunoda. Yeah, Isaac Aja to come up next season, take the second seat from Yuki Tsunoda, and then it's possible that the Yuki Tsunoda might actually be a reserve driver for Aston Martin or be a reserve driver for Racing Bulls, or it might depend. It's going to be him, Yuki Tsunoda, and Liam Lawson's contract or their career on the line against Alex Dunn coming up. The man, and also there's also Arvid Lindbad, yes, also too. Racing Bull, Red Bull Academy. So could we see them dropping both Liam Lawson and Yuki Tsunoda and getting these two F2 drivers, Arvid Lindbad and Alex Dune, or they keep either Yuki Tsunoda or either one of them, Yuki Tsunoda or Lawson, and then Isaac Haja going over to Red Bull. A big step up for the man. No one has been able to do it. I think the only person that's come close has been Daniel Ricciardo, that's come close to actually challenging and actually outperforming Max in some races. He has not had any teammate able to do that. I think Yuki Tsunoda too hasn't done that. Although you say maybe not the same changes to their cars, but Isaac Haja has outperformed this season. We also saw Liam Lawson too. He didn't do well, but in the Racing Bulls, he's doing well, and that's something that I always say, that the Racing Bull car is actually a better car than the Red Bull cars. But Isaac Haja coming over to the Racing Bulls, a good decision for him. And how would he be able to cope on the hot seat?
I think for Isaac Haja coming over to Red Bull as a teammate to Max Verstappen, he needs to come with the understanding that you're not coming into favorable waters. You're coming into uncharted grounds. You're coming into a place where the competition is really high. Max Verstappen is not going to lay it down for anybody. He's not even going to assist you or try to do a less rise, or we rise by lifting others. He's not going to do that. He's one man who is always very aggressive in his driving pattern. He's always also very aggressive in his chase for title, his hunger for making it to the top. So he's not going to play a safe landing ground or a soft landing ground for Isaac Haja coming through. But Isaac needs to understand that he's young, and he's a driver also who has got potentials. He needs to understand that he must be pushing really, really hard if he gets to sit there. Then for the sister racing company, that's RB Racing. Yes, I think it's high time they begin to look into bringing the likes of Dune from F2, and what's the other guy? Limbad also from F2, because speed racing is one thing that is synonymous or works really well for people who are young. You can see what Colapinto is doing right now for the Pink Guys. What's the Brazilian again? That's Gabriel Bortoleto.
He was from Bortoleto. He was from Red Bull. Red Bull released him, but now they are looking at maybe
bringing him back. So you can see what age does when you're young. There is what it has to do. What age has to do with your sensory neurons, and driving is one thing that your neurons must be at red hot alert for you to be able to give full performance. That's one thing that what's his name, Lewis Hamilton, is more or less lacking at this point. He's not as young as he used to be, and that's one demerit he's having right now, getting that elusive one drivers championship. So I think they need to invest in the young guys. You could let go of Yuki Tsunoda. Good enough, we're having some new constructors that will be coming in 2026. We have some shake-ups also for constructors who really wouldn't be having much to offer. You could let the likes of Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson. I don't know what to say about Liam Lawson right now. It's either you go down or you go out for him. So, but it's going to pay off. It's going to pay off investing in young drivers at this point. And when RB Racing has invested in young drivers, it serves as a sort of buffer for Red Bull Racing. Yes, because when you want to get drivers, reserve drivers, or drivers to come take over, you have nothing but to look at the RB Racing setup and pick from there. We saw it this. I think Yuki was in RB Racing before he was brought down after Liam Lawson couldn't live up to expectation. Yes, he couldn't cut it out. So it's also very, very, very important that you make sure that your drivers from RB Racing are top notch. Talking about Red Bull now, so that if you want to look out during the season, you can look out comfortably and get somebody to debutize or get somebody to stand in. That was in 2024 where, what was his name? Carlos Sainz had some stomach issue that he went through a surgery. We had drivers, Oliver Behrman was that driver who stepped in for him and did really well before he came back. So you must have backup drivers in your backup teams at top notch, so that when they come in, they will just pick up from wherever you have it left off and continue with that.
All right, 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9962. That is the phone line, and that is the number for the SMS and the WhatsApp port. Formula One being talked about. The papaya rules between Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, is it affecting the way both drivers are going to be racing for the next 6 races? And should they just let both drivers race it out, take it out, and stop the whatever papaya rules they are actually insisting on? And is there really favoritism to Lando Norris against Oscar Piastri for the last, or for the few races they've actually gone together? You see the calls that have been made against Oscar Piastri, the rules that have been made against Oscar Piastri, and also for the second seat of the racing of the Red Bulls, Alex Dun might be coming in. Alex for Racing Bulls, while Isaac Hajar might be moving up to the Red Bull. What's your take on all that? And also in tennis, Coco Gauff has won the Wuhan Open in China, and Valentin Vacherot getting the 1000 Masters right there in Shanghai. What's your take on all that? And your top performer, your surprise of the season, and your flop of the season when it comes to the tennis season coming off last season. 0810 9510 951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701 933 9960. We're getting over to talk basketball in a few moments now. Alright, still today's Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. Over what is the sports chef still handling proceedings? I've still got Alex Kabari, Victor Israel, Nelson Odia, the demigod in the world of sports, Osagi Hiwi, and Benjamin Mina. As we head over to talk basketball, and this time it's AJ Wilson who delivered a historic performance in the 2025 WNBA Finals, leading the Las Vegas Aces to a 97-86 victory over the Phoenix Mercury and securing their third championship in 4 years. Despite the challenging shooting night, Wilson contributed 31 points, 9 rebounds, and dominated defensively. At 17 of 19 free throws shooting was pivotal as she was named the Finals MVP for the second time in 3 years. Wilson's 2025 season was unparalleled in professional basketball history. She became the first player in either the NBA or WNBA to win the scoring title, MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and the Finals MVP in a single season. Her leadership was instrumental in the Aces mid-season turnaround, which included a 16-game winning streak following a challenging start. In Game 3 of the Finals, Wilson's 7-foot fadeaway jumper with 0.3 seconds left secured the 90-88 win, giving the Aces a commanding 3-0 series lead. She finished the postseason with a WNBA single postseason record of 291 points in 11 games, averaging over 26 points per game. Coach Becky Hammond described Wilson's impact as standing alone on Everest, highlighting her exceptional role in the Aces' success. Kabari, A.G. Wilson, the undeniable good when it comes to the WNBA, maybe even the NBA currently, as you want, I want to call it. The only player to win the MVP, the scoring title, the Defensive Player of the Year, and the Finals MVP. And God, to win the scoring title and to win the Defensive Player of the Year is actually wow. I've never seen a very good two-way player like that. What do you think of AJ Wilson's run?
Yeah, I think it's incredible. I don't know if I would particularly pronounce her as the GOAT of women NBA, but I know she's definitely right up there. I'd like to think maybe just for nostalgic purposes that there will be at least one or two names. I'd also love to see her play a couple more seasons, still at the highest level, but it's already a hierarchy that the Aces have created there. Las Vegas Aces, their third title in 4 years now. I think this is almost a similar run that was done by the Minnesota Lynx when they had the likes of, was that Candice Parker, and she is that driving force, and she knows how to spiral the team into the leads that they need, and into look at this finals. And I would say the game versus the Indiana Fever, that was the semi-finals. The game versus the Indiana Fever, it was way tougher than even the finals. That one had to go to Game 5 where they progressed 3-2, I think, at the end of the day. They forced the Game 5 decider, Indiana Fever, without Caitlin Clark, who we all know her impact too in the league. So it's something that, when you have to step up, when it's in these moments when you have to step up and someone does actually answer the call and steps up, that's when you know that, okay, this person definitely has to be involved in some conversations that maybe initially we wouldn't have put them there. So she delivered. She delivered when she needed to. It's what we say about top athletes. When you're expected to, you do it, and she has done it time and time again. And look at this season, MVP, Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, I think she's just up there with I saw the record in the entire both NBA and women's NBA division. I think it was just her, Bill Russell, and there were just a couple more names. I think even Magic was thrown in there. So to be up there in that category, I know why you're smiling. To be up there in that category, I don't think I can put that as the GOAT of the sports, but she's definitely up there. She could create a brand for herself, and I just wish it had the a little bit more recognition, because they're actually playing wonderful basketball. I mean, it has evolved a whole lot, and you just need to have the revenue, the income to be able to know and identify these players as top performers. Like, look at the all the clouds that people like Angel Reese got a couple of months ago, criticized for her shooting, and then still also arrogantly claiming to be the best player in the league, and everybody instantly started dragging and going after her on most social media platforms. And like I said, even bad publicity sometimes can be good publicity. I promise you, because of that whole saga, a whole lot of people now know who Angel Reese is, even if they had no idea who she was prior to that. So the publicity might work for you. Caitlin Clark, who she supposedly had problems with, is also one of the most known WNBA figures, and I can tell you for sure that these two would probably be more well known than Aja Wilson, who just won most of these things. It reflects, if we just go to their social media handles, it reflects there too. Both of them surpass Aja Wilson on, number of followers, and you have everybody clattering behind them. So it just has to tell you that, okay, in a sport where you want the best to be televised, you want the best to be advertised, to be the face of your sport, it tells you that you need a little bit more than just people that are tuning in to watch the sport. You need active listeners, you need active followers of the WNBA, because the comparison I just made with the likes of Angel Reese and Aja Wilson, it's a clear one, and it needs to stand out more. I mean, the sports, the women's NBA sports, it needs to stand out more. The quality has to improve, and I believe with time it's also going to get more and more active watchers online, and the stadiums are also going to be packed and filled up for all these kind of games. And at the same time, nobody also wants to watch a one-sided affair too. If you come and tell me that who do I give as an instance, who was completely horrible last season, let me say the Washington Wizards. If you tell me that the Washington Wizards somehow, let's say they went through a difficult route and they got to a final. Okay, Washington Wizards are even in the West. Should we go maybe Brooklyn Nets and say they went through a difficult routine? They are currently in the finals, and whoever they went up against maybe had a key player or two out injured. They made it all the way to the finals, and then they are facing a fully fit Oklahoma City Thunder. That's a fully fit Oklahoma City Thunder, who I'm referencing them because they are the current NBA champions, and they still look very much in it. I mean, even the preseason games, they still look very fired up, even with, I think, half the team out, still on vacation. So a final like that, if you were just told on paper that, oh, see what happened, and this is how Brooklyn Nets got to the finals versus an OKC side, I would not want to watch that, because everybody knows what the outcome is going to look like. So a Las Vegas Aces getting to the final against a Phoenix Mercury, who I think this is just their second final appearance, especially in recent times, it's not going to create much of a buzz. I promise you, if someone like Minnesota Lynx had gotten to the final, you'd know that a final was going down. You'd see probably a game 6, probably a game 7. It's not going to be a sweep. How is it 4-0 sweep in the final? It's looking like Celtics versus Mavericks. What was that, 2 seasons ago? So you need competition to be able to generate more and more views, especially healthy and very engaging competition. You don't need a one-sided affair. You don't need a kind of matchup where one is obviously way stronger than the other, and they don't just show it, they dominate every single match. You think that, oh, okay, at least Phoenix Mercury are at home, they're not going to want to lose the series without getting at least one, especially at home. So you're like, okay, this should go to a game 5, and by halftime, I think the gap was already 22. So it was pretty much done by halftime. So it does more for the sport when it's a little bit more competitive, and it all boils down to how well they brand and they advertise these players. And Aja Wilson is definitely one of them that needs that recognition. Look at how we are putting her in the GOATs debate. We are putting her in the good debates, but you could go around and a lot of people know who LeBron is. They know who Jordan is. If you go through every major cities in Nigeria, the basketball jerseys you see are mostly Jordan. Even if you don't know who he is, you have him at the back of your jersey, most likely. So to be able to put her into this category, she has to be well known. And I'm saying it from a point of concern, because when you stand out, it will be so obvious. I mean, at some point, I would even go as far as to say Serena Williams was almost more well known than the big three. At some point, she was that dominant. Everybody knew who she was. Everybody. I don't think there's a person that you call Serena Williams to that will not know who Roger or Nadal or this is, but particularly because of their interesting relationship in the world of tennis with the Williams sisters, Venus and Serena. But she was being able to be dragged into that debate because of how her popularity spread and all of that. So for you to bring AJ into talks like this and talk about her as one of the greatest basketball athletes, she also has to do more in terms of advertising and branding herself, so she could become even more well known. But it's been a deserved season so far for AJ Wilson. Definitely one of the greats in the WNDBA category. Maybe not the greatest, but definitely up there. And maybe a few more seasons, a few more championships. Definitely, she's going to cement her place as one of the greats there. So yeah, congrats to her and to the Las Vegas Aces. It's been a tremendous season for them.
All right, speaking of greats, LeBron, who is now 40, enters his 23rd NBA season in the Lakers, and is dealing with a sciatic nerve irritation that will sideline him for 3 to 4 weeks. The man remains non-committal about his retirement, stating, quoting the man, he said, "I don't know when the end is, but I know it's a lot sooner than later." Meanwhile, the Lakers are building around LeBron and Luka Doncic, but there's uncertainty over how their timelines will align. The ESPN outlines 4 possible outcomes for this season. 1, LeBron could finish this year and retire as a Laker. 2, he might resign with the Lakers on a new deal. He could request a trade or buyout mid-season if the team struggles. 3, he could request a trade or buyout mid-season if the team struggles. And 4, he may play the full 2025-2026 season and then resign elsewhere in free agency. Victor, LeBron 23rd season, the man is 40. What could be next? Is he retiring this season? Is he still pushing up for his 24th season? And it would be good to retire 23, looking at his number 23. 24, he might want to do Kobe, retiring at the Kobe number. But what could it be this year? The man is 40 already. Most of Wemby was, I don't think Wemby was born when this man made his debut in NBA. The likes of Alex Bailey, Cooper Flag that are just coming into, and now they get to play with. Some of them were not born when he made his debut in the NBA, and now they get to play some alongside their legends, some against a legend. But 23 seasons, 40. Is he retiring this year as a Laker? He has not said anything. Or do you think the man could resign with the Lakers on a new deal, or maybe he can request a trade to another team if maybe the Lakers aren't performing as he needs? Or would he say, okay, this season I'm not retiring, but I'll let my contract run out, and then next season I'll see where free agency takes me to?
I would say when you look at NBA, when you look at basketball, you just feel LeBron should be, if we can say there is a GOAT in football, then he should be the GOAT in basketball. So having to see him maybe get to sometime leave the trade is really heartbreaking, because growing up, when I started watching basketball, I think the two players in my mind whenever I think of basketball was always Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. And when the sad news of the passing away of Kobe Bryant came, we just had one man in mind, and LeBron. And we've seen what the man has done, being 40 years and being in the basketball field for, should I say, 23 years, just as you said, then is no mean feat. It's something that other players will be looking at, and they'll be saying, someday I want to be like that. The likes of Wembayama, the likes of the man you just mentioned. The man you just mentioned now, Cooper Flag. So I just feel he's that form of motivation to lots of players, because when they look at him, they just feel he has set that milestone. He has raised the bar to a place where if you can get a bit close, then you can say yes, your career is a success. So getting to if I were to be in a position to advise him, then I would say, if the energy is still there, give us something. Give us a season 24, because I see no reason why he should be leaving now. And it's just like football lovers are looking at, and they're saying Ronaldo is still very much healthy and he wants to keep going. So keep going, continue to give, because we know that at some point you will leave the scene. But for the meantime, if there is still strength, then the man still needs to continue, because how will you feel as a basketball fan? You on your TV one day, or you listen to the shows and you don't hear anything from LeBron James, or you just hear that the man is no longer in it, the man has retired. It will feel somehow. So I just feel the man should just continue. He might not be able to give us the glory days, but he can still give us something better than the sorry days.
Osas, what about you? LeBron, 40 years of age. The man is not even hinting at retiring. He's in his 23rd season. As I said, Cooper Flag and Wemby weren't even born when he made his debut for the Miami. When he was drafted, they weren't even born. And he's still playing. He's still a starter there. Although you might say the Lakers are trying to shift from a build round LeBron to try and focus on Luka Doncic. But what could be the next step for this man? Could this be his last season? Could he go for 41 years? Could he go for his 24th season? Or could he look at it as, I might not retire this season, but come the end of the season, I'll try and explore my options as a free agent and see which team I might want to play with. Or mid-season, we know how LeBron is. He might want to jump ship and go to a championship winning side. And who might not want to get LeBron?
I think for LeBron James, it's obvious. There's nothing to mince words right now. There's nothing to doubt about. He's obviously towards or in the closing stages of his career is one thing. Because of his brilliance, fine if he might be wanting to give 1 or 2 seasons, but I don't think it's going to be more than 2 seasons. At this point, LeBron needs to be looking at this season as probably his last. He just needs to use this time to look at how to transcend from being an active basketball player to maybe contributing to the world of basketball from the sidelines or from the passive angle of it. I'm not saying he should jump straight into becoming a coach, but most likely there are so many things he could do outside being on the basketball court and trying to run things for 4 quarters. It's a clear, obvious fact right now that the world of basketball is going to be missing LeBron James. You gave an option of maybe trying to jump ship to a potentially a championship winning side, but when are you going to do that one? Are you going to do it after the regular season? Or even if you do it after the regular season, you get into the playoffs, there is nothing like very sure that a team, or surety that a team would end up as the NBA champions. Teams could spring up. Indiana Pacers, in as much as they were brilliant, but most likely I didn't see them getting to where they were. I fancied, that's for last season, I fancied Boston Celtics also getting to the finals, but it didn't go that way. So sometimes when you go to the game of 7, best of 7, you might not be sure what to come through. But one thing that is sure is that LeBron James might not be giving us more than 1 more season. He's just there to show his longevity, and you're seeing it clearly that it's not. LeBron is just in the game. It's not the LeBron that we used to know that could carry a team on his shoulders and take them to El Dorado. So at this point, let's just enjoy the best or the much of LeBron James that we can have until he will call it quits, which is in no time from now.
Right now, come next season, what are you expecting next season from the NBA? Who makes the playoffs for the Eastern Conference for you? Just give me your names. Who makes the playoffs? Both planes, going through the planes and all. Who makes it the top 8 from the Eastern standing? Alex.
It has to be most of the top names that you already know.
Cleveland.
They've added good selections to their team, so you'd expect that. I would still say Cleveland. I would still say Boston. Boston has lost Jason Tatum to a year-long injury,
Yeah. So
Achilles injury.
how are they going to manage this season without him.
Yeah, he was supposed to not return this season, but he has already told the Celtics board and NBA that he wants to feature this season. I was looking at some practice routines from Boston, and I was seeing Tatum 4 months into his injury, and he's already back on the court, and he's dunking too, he's shooting threes, and he's looking healthy too. But we know that it's a different thing when you're on the court against a real defensive side. I like to call Orlando Magic the terrorists because of the physical basketball they played, and I think that was particularly where Tatum picked most of that injury from, because he was spraining his knees, and he was always holding or crouching up his lower bodies against them. So when you face up against aggressive side, when you're not fully healed, it is bound to be a reoccurrence. Look at other sportsmen, even footballers who have not completely recovered from year-long injuries. It tends to be reoccurring. So they would want to avoid that and try not to rush Tatum. But if Tatum is feeling physically well, he would want to be in contention. But yeah, about the issue of their qualification, I think they've gotten a good scorer in Anthony Simmons. They've been able to keep Derek White, star player, Jaylen Brown, Peyton Pritchard. So I still expect them to be among the best sides in the East. Cleveland has no casualties. They'll definitely be there. New York Knicks still look very much in contention. Milwaukee Bucks. I think they had an addition during the summer. Who did they add? There's someone the Milwaukee Bucks added to their side that I was looking at, and I was like, okay, this might be a good addition, but I can't quite place my finger on who they acquired. And Indiana Pacers, of course. Indiana Pacers will definitely be there. They've lost Tyrese Halliburton. They've also lost their big man. Yes, it was him that went to Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah, their big center, Miles Turner. Miles Turner was the one that left. So these are difference makers. But then I watched Indiana Pacers play Oklahoma City Thunder yesterday, or should I say this morning? It was this morning at Gainbridge Stadium, and they beat Oklahoma City Thunder pretty impressively. I know say first of all they carry them for mind, based on the finals they lost to, but at the same time, the rotation between their young guys, the people they drafted, is looking so good. So they are still a team in contention. Throw in their usual guys. Pascal Siakam is yet to be back. Andrew Nemhard and TJ McConnell and Naismith and Obi Toppin and Benedict Matthew. You still have a very, very good Indiana Pacers side. They are definitely going to be in contention. So those are going to be your key guys. I would expect people like Atlanta Hawks to do, should I say, comparatively better than last season. I expect them to at least make the playoffs. Miami Heat should be in contention. Orlando Magic, as always, should be in contention. So those are the main ones. And any other team from there is going to be a surprise. Philadelphia has not looked so good. Who am I forgetting? Detroit Pistons.
Philadelphia, for them, how are they going to survive without Embiid? Because Embiid is a touch and go when it comes to Joel Embiid.
They are just going to be the same. Nothing serious. What's his name? Is it Maxey?
Tyrese Maxey.
Tyrese Maxey is just about the best other player on there, but he is not enough. You need more. He's not. You can't have just a Tyrese Maxey that still needs at least a 50-60% Joel Embiid on his side to be able to power the Philly Eagles and try at least to maybe pick up a couple of wins. And when you don't have that, he's not the guy that can propel your team. He's not a one-man player. So I think I don't even expect them to make the play-ins. I think they'll just be substandard and thereabouts. But yeah, I still think those are pretty much it. I think I just threw in Detroit Pistons into that mix. They've acquired Dennis Schroeder, and they still kept a hold of Kate Cunningham. So I think they also have is it Malik Beasley? So it's a good team. You can look at it, but I think the standout is, based on last season, is going to be Cleveland Cavaliers and their run. If they can keep a hold of that this season, I don't still see them doing well in the playoffs. But if they can keep a hold of that team that they have and manage injuries are becoming very recurrent. Manage injuries to the sides, they would obviously be the favorites coming from the eastern side.
Right now, now said, we're going over to the to the Western Conference now. Which team do you think makes it to the playoffs next season?
You talk about LeBron James and Lakers. You said maybe very soon or later than never, and I feel that if he's going to leave that team, it's going to be a bumper for them. But I'm still putting them in the favourites for them to win to be in the playoff next season, because they still have a bumper team. Bonnie James is still there for them. Yes, he's young. He still have a lot to learn. Yes, he's carrying his father images around him, like how's it going to be. But I think LeBron James still being in that front line for them is still something that you have to look out for and say, okay, Lakers are that team that you have to look at and say they are that threatening team when it comes to the Western Conference. They have been that big force. Yes, they have not been how will I put it, that danger team when it comes to the Western Conference for recent times. But Lakers are still Lakers, man. They still have that game spirit in them, and also the Warriors. Stephen Curry. Yes, I said the Warriors are still there in the Western Conference. Why you asked me why I put Lakers first? Because I feel that the young squad in that team will be able to bring a damage to many teams in the NBA. Also, in the Warriors side of things, yes, you have the likes of Steph Curry and the rest of them, but they are not that team when it comes to gathering points in the NBA. They're not that team that will always give you back-to-back top-notch performances. So I don't think I'll put them first. I'll always put the Lakers first. Lakers first, Warriors second. Thunders are also there. Thunders are also there in the mix. I think Thunders, I'll give them benefit of doubt. They lost. Yes, this person, what was his name? Alex have said that they lost last night. But also I also put them in that mix. When it comes to the playoff, they're one of the dangerous people to play in the NBA. I've mentioned Lakers, I've mentioned Warriors, I've mentioned Thunders. Also the Clippers. Will I put the Clippers there? Will I put the Clippers there? Definitely the Clippers. Clippers top 4. And the last for me, I want to say 3 Blizzards, but I will not try it.
I think they are
The Suns are also there.
Phoenix Suns.
So yeah, Phoenix Suns.
I don't know. Would you put Phoenix Suns ahead of Denver Nuggets? Denver Nuggets. Would you put Phoenix Suns ahead of Dallas Mavericks? They just acquired Cooper Flag. They've got Kyrie coming back from injury. They've got AD and they've still got Klay Thompson.
I think I have to change it.
That is a wonderful side there.
All right.
Also, Houston Rockets. They just acquired. They also acquired Kevin Durant. Yeah. So that side is a whole lot tricky than you think it is.
So top 5 is going to be a top spot, but for the top 4, I'll put in the top 4: Lakers, Thunders, and Warriors. Also, who did I call again? The Trailblazers.
Okay, I'll not talk. All right, so Benjamin getting ready to take over and talk everything that has to do with football. 08109510951. That is the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, also 0701 933 9962. But Osas, the Trailblazers, can they make the playoffs next season?
Why are you asking me about Portland Blizzards?
Don't be question I asked.
They cannot. I have answered you.
Oh yeah, why?
They cannot.
They can
I've
make
told
it.
you and I've told you. They can't
With
make it.
Damian Lillard there. Okay, I know you will say yes.
No, there's no big player there.
Yeah, exactly. No big players in the team.
But there's one big factor that they have, and there's one of their loyal fans that will be hoping and praying that they can make it, but they will never make it.
Not possible.
is listening to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hello, football fans. Welcome to today's Sports Live, the marathon edition on Today 95.1 FM, where passion meets perspective. I'm Benjamin Minawachuku, and today we'll be tackling a hot issue that's stirring serious debates across Europe: domestic league matches being played outside their home countries. Well, you heard me. That's the topic for today. Domestic league matches being played outside their home countries. That's right. UEFA have now cleared, though not without hesitation, matches like Barcelona versus Villarreal to be played in Miami and AC Milan versus Como to be staged all the way in Perth, Australia. Okay, now from an international fan, this sounds like a dream come true, a chance to see the world-class football live right in their backyard. But for the local supporters, it feels like something special is being taken away. Absolutely. These are fans who buy season tickets, who feel the stand every weekend, who live and breathe their club colors, and now they might have to watch their home game fixtures on TV because it's been played halfway across the world. UEFA calls it a step towards global expansion, but many are calling it what really looks like a revenue play. Let's be honest. This is about money, sponsorship, TV rights, merchandise, and expanding fan base in global market. But here's the flip side. Football is global now. Millions of fans in Asia, America, Africa follows European clubs passionately. So shouldn't they get a piece of live action experience too? Well, fair point. But where do we draw the line today? It's one match in Miami. Tomorrow it could be the El Clasico in Los Angeles. Does that hurt the identity of domestic league? And what about fairness? If a home match is suddenly being played in another continent, where's the home advantage? Imagine playing in front of a crowd that might support both teams equally. This move could also set a precedent. Once the door is open, can UEFA really close it again? And will smaller clubs be pressured to travel abroad just to keep up financially? Now, it's a debate that splits opinions. Global growth versus local loyalty. Is football losing the roots in the chase for international profit? Meanwhile, we've got Alex in the studio. We've got Osas in the studio. We've got Nelson Odia and Victor Israel. So let me ask you, Alex. There's this debate right now. Split of opinions. Global growth versus local loyalty. Is football losing its roots in the chase for international profit?
Yeah. I think it's if you're looking at it, it has both its ups, its downs, its good and its bad too. So if you look at it from a league perspective, I was trying to paint this picture. If you look at it from a league perspective, as a direct rival, you do not want your opponent to be taking their games outside, and this is quite clearly done for revenue. Like we said, the plan was to test it out with most of these countries outside, and we already saw, I think, the Club World Cup being hosted there. Now we are seeing the World Cup itself being spread across those 3 countries. So the plan has already been clear. What does football gain, particularly if they bring a top-notch, maybe Premier League has not followed suit yet, but let's say they bring a top-notch a La Liga game or a Serie A game to a stadium in Africa? Do you think it's also going to be the same amount of revenue? Do you think it's going to be the same thing? I don't think it is. I think it's this particular move right now.
Yesterday, sorry to cut you. Yesterday, Atletico de Madrid played Inter Milan in Africa, and they made 4 million euros. Both teams, 4 million.
I could argue that they would make way more than that by playing in the USA.
True, though.
Yeah. So it's about, first of all, the quality of the sides. The Atletico Madrid versus the Inter team that I could imagine played where most of their players are currently featuring for the international sides. So it's also a question of quality. But also back to what I was on about, I was trying to create a routine where your direct rivals are not particularly impressed. Look at the proposed match. Villarreal has accepted it, meaning by accepting that request to go outside and play one of their matches, they forfeited a home game. Not just any home game, a home game against the key rival. Now, a team like Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, who are looking for a chance or looking for a way to get back into a La Liga standing that has pretty much been dominated by Barcelona, would look at that fixture and would want to kick against it, because Villarreal is a top side. Villarreal are in the Champions League. They are always going to be in contention for the top 4. They are a side that can beat anybody, and they are one of the teams that, if you saw a Real Madrid defeat to Villarreal, it's no shock. A Barca defeat to Villarreal, it's absolutely no surprise. So what do you get by supposedly taking a home game, a key home game against one of your top rivals, and sending it into a 50-50 advantage where you go outside? There's obviously no home advantage again for the Villarreal supporters. And like I said, there's always going to be bias in these things. Are you going to tell me that necessarily that Barca would agree one of their a top game, let me even go as far as to say an El Clasico, and they want to take that outside, particularly an El Clasico that was supposed to be played at the Camp Nou or the Stadio Olimpico? They would want to take that outside, especially when they need the points. Okay, look at the situation they were in last season. Towards the end of the season, Real Madrid, Barcelona, the final clash, that was the 4-3. It was with about 4 games left to play. Barca needed the 3 points to assure them of the La Liga. And I think after that, they just went on to beat Espanyol and were crowned champions of the La Liga. Would you take that kind of game to Miami to play, where you finish playing the first one at the Bernabeu and you're coming back home to play the second leg? Would you take that game outside to play? No. Because why? You know quite clearly you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. You have the home fans. You have about 15 to 20% of the stadium capacity to give to the away fans, meaning your home fans occupy 85% of the stadium's capacity. You're also at home. You have no travels to do. That also contributes to it. Nobody has to be sick. We saw Real Madrid on a 14, 15, 16-hour flight to where was that, to play Kairat Almaty. Look at how long it was. Kylian Mbappe and all the players, they were pictured sleeping in the plane for a very long time, for long periods of time. Who knows how the travel and the journey might be like. And someone falls sick and they say, oh, this player is not fit to play in this match just because of travel. So you're playing at home. You necessarily do not have to travel. You're training and you're getting into the team bus and just driving straight to the stadium. So you will not take that kind of game outside. You will not take a clash versus a top opponent. And you're looking at it and you're asking why. We bring a feeling of these kind of games during the friendlies. That was why most of those friendlies, we saw a very famous one, the Atletico Madrid Nigeria friendly. I think that was 3-2.
Yeah.
We saw when Fernando Torres came on.
Yeah.
My apologies there. He came on and
instantly the entire stadium cheered.
Lit up the stadium.
He just lit it up. Everybody knows El Nino. We all know what we came there to. So it was a lovely match. We saw lovely goals there. It gave us a feel of what it's like to play against top rated players and what it's like to see your favorite players right in front of you. And I think that is what it's supposed to be for. I don't think it has come to the point where we would start thinking about taking I would say maybe a Remo Stars versus Rivers United to play in South Africa, because that's the direction we are headed. What revenue could you possibly generate there? How many people would you attract? How many Nigerians in South Africa would you attract to come out and watch a fixture like that? So I mean, it's a whole lot, and it's not particularly for the best. So it's why I'm strongly against the idea. I don't think it's the best one. I just think it's all money or revenue related. I think it's all something that has to do with how much can we make by taking this to specific locations. And there's a reason why the World Cup was hosted. The last World Cup was hosted in Qatar, I believe, especially at that time. There was almost no reason to host it there, and with the conditions, and everybody were complaining about the weather. Look at the place we are heading for the next World Cup. There's no reason to host it there. Every player that played in the Club World Cup was complaining about the quality of the pitch. We had weather
conditions
where the lightning sounding and all the alarms will go off. Everybody will run off the pitch, and they stayed for. I think that Nelson just noted the Chelsea Benfica match. That game was supposed to end by 10 o'clock. It was how many minutes? 9 minutes to the end. And we had to wait for that ending for 1 hour 30 minutes. I stayed awake till around almost 1 before the Chelsea players came out and somehow Di Maria equalized. With the way Chelsea were playing, that game was set to end 1-0.
Definitely.
They came out and from nowhere, Benfica found an extra energy and sent it to extra time. Do we want to see something like that in the World Cup? I don't want to watch a France Argentina clash that I'm expecting to be at the top level to get very interrupted because of a weather condition, or you're telling me okay the pitch quality is bad. Look at how many breaks they were taking as soon as a player was down, injured. So I was even saying some of these players look like they are feigning injuries so that their teammates can go and get a bottle. They would immediately run to the touchline. Somebody is down. They are treating bad. They've run to the touchline. They are massaging their heads with wet towels and cooling towels, and they are taking drinks. They are taking energy drinks instantly to run back onto the pitch. 2 cooling breaks was not enough. So there are no reasons why you should look at specific times and drop these tournaments or these competitions in specific countries. But it is all revenue related, and that's the direction we are headed. And it doesn't look so good for us so far.
Okay, it doesn't look good for us so far. The words of Alex Kabari there. Victor Israel, I'll come to you. Now, do you support the idea of playing league matches abroad? Why? Or why not?
I'm never in support of playing league matches abroad, because I think it takes away the lovely feeling of playing in front of your fans. I think Alex noted it because take for instance, there are some fans, there are some stadiums that are fortress. There are some stadiums that when they see their team play, the capacity, or should I say ability wise, that team may not have the ability to beat their opponents. But with the help of the 12th man being the fans, you see that team going toe to toe with the giants in world football. Let's look at some instances. You see Anfield. We've seen lots of magic happen at Anfield. We've seen lots of teams come to Anfield and get battered. Not because the Liverpool side are maybe very too good, but you just see the way the atmosphere there erupts. Most football players have been asked their worst stadiums. They always want to mention those stadiums that strikes fear, not just into the away fans, but also into the players, the opposition players. So just imagine taking the league games of Liverpool over there to America, and they may get to play in front of a larger crowd, but the difference will be very clear. you won't have them sing from the beginning to the end of the game, because it's just like you going to a viewing center to watch the game. You might be a Chelsea fan, you might be a Manchester United fan, but there is difference when it is being played at home. So, and you also look at this season, the St. James's Park, Newcastle were able to overturn a 2-0 lead with a 10-man team over Liverpool. With the help of the fans, you could, with every tackle, you could see the fans jeering towards it. You could see them booing the Liverpool players, striking fear into the Liverpool team. So I just feel it will take out a very vital part of the love of football, because to me, I just feel it doesn't make any sense anymore. What happens to the records you want to keep at home? What happens to people going on beating runs at their various stadiums? Because I think we've had cases where teams have played a full season without losing at home.
Yeah.
So how do you explain you played your, let's say, your 19 games in a 38 game season? You played your 19 games, and 15 of those games were, on paper they were at home, but on the match day they were not at home. How do we explain that? It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. So I feel
Villarreal are beating at home. That's at home in Nigeria.
So I feel it doesn't make any sense. And when we look at what happened at the Club World Cup, believe me, a part of football was lost when we were watching the game, and they said it's like a lightning will soon strike, and players should leave the pitch, and it just took everything out of football. Just imagine you were playing football, and the Chelsea Benfica game, you asked to go and rest for the next 1 hour 30 minutes,
Come back and
play football. It's just like we most of us here in this room have played football. Most of us listening have played football. When you play football and you go
even
for,
if one person plays basketball.
When you play football and you go for a break, you see most times when a player has a serious injury and the other players are like, they're wasting time, you see them trying to like kick the ball around, just to keep themselves in the game. Just imagine sitting down for the next 1 hour 30 minutes and coming to play football. It might even lead to serious injuries.
Yeah, because the muscles are relaxed already.
So it just doesn't make any sense. We've grown to see football being played in a unique way. Taking out that unique feeling means killing the game. So I feel, let them just if maybe we want to play some big games, some classic games in neutral stadiums, no problem. But taking out
the Community Shield can be played in a neutral, just like it's being played in a neutral stadium.
I feel they should even modify certain things. Let's have something like the Finalissima we are saying, where the Copa America champions gets to play with the Euro champions. Let's have cases of maybe the La Liga champions getting to play with maybe the Premier League champion at the end of the season, maybe in America, trying to maybe for the sake of generating funds, for the sake of maybe trying to promote the leagues, or let's have cases where the top 5 leagues that we know have a bit of a top 5 competition. Maybe let's just see what they can do. We take it to America and play it. So let's see the champions of all the champions. Maybe that way that can even be better. I think we had a case of the Super League trying to come in then, and lots of football fans and players kicked against it. But if they do something like this, it will be more better than having league games being played. Just imagine the Santiago Bernabeu, Real Madrid taking on Almeria, and they are playing at Morocco. It just doesn't add up.
I think we're missing we might be missing the real reason for all of this, because most likely we've been talking about this for quite some time now. The La Liga and the Italian Serie A had to approach UEFA with this plan of wanting to stage one of their games outside the shores of their domestic league, most likely outside Europe. That's one of the reasons why we are seeing this. Now, there is all of this is interchanged is interchanged. What I mean is that there's that cobweb all around it. Transfers are overbloated these days. You can agree with me, isn't it?
Definitely.
Too much of money is required in football. Hugo Ekitike going for almost 70 million euros, or call that 70 plus million euros this term, is not a man of that quality. Would not go for 25 million pounds. Did I say million euros? I said million euros, right? Million pounds. Now, a man of that quality will not go for 25 million pounds back in 2001 or 2002.
Definitely.
Or in that's what I'm saying. Then so much of money is needed in football these days. You have monies flowing in football these days. And where do you generate these monies from? It is still within football, isn't it? I asked a question yesterday, though I was on mic 1, concerning this case. I couldn't ask that question. Did you see the English Premier League write to UEFA that they want to stage their league outside? It is because they have money. They have followership, they have viewership that is huge enough to cater for what the English Premier League needs. The English Premier League is already built. Now the Spanish La Liga is in a race to match up with the English Premier League. The Italian Serie A is in a race to match up with the English Premier League. That's the reason why they are looking at all of these chances of exploring. Now, what this is all about is sponsorship is a problem in the La Liga. Okay. You want to take it out to the eyes of people so that sponsorship can come in. Now, imagine what happens.
So it's like you're selling your market to
Yes, imagine what
outsiders.
happens when far in America, they know that the Spanish La Liga is going on.
Yeah.
Then they now continue to beat the drums, hoping that sometime in November, this same Spanish La Liga will touch down in America. Now, it brings them closer to the Spanish La Liga. It draws a lot of persons. Now, what I'm trying to explain is, imagine that happens and you're in America. You've not been following the Spanish La Liga. You will now start following the Spanish La Liga, most likely following Villarreal, because you want to have a taste of them when they come in by November. So you follow it. You are watching other matches. That increases viewership. That increases the revenue that comes from it. Now, if you watch what is happening in the world of football,
publicity,
everything. If you watch what is happening in the world of football of recent, it is because they want to match up with the ever demanding nature of football financially right now.
Okay.
UEFA, let me just break it down here now, or break it out here now. UEFA is planning currently on tweaking the qualifiers for the Euros, as well as the qualifiers for the Nations League. They want to emulate what the UEFA Champions League looks like, where instead of having different groups now, you have a league format. Because why are they doing that? It's because they are saying it's now becoming lame to viewers. Nobody wants to continue with the way it used to be before. So everybody wants to hear that tweak. That was the same reason why the Champions League was moved into a league format, so that for the next 3, 4, 5 seasons, you are going to be like cotton owl of the UEFA Champions League, now in a different phase. And now imagine when that league format came and from nowhere, Stade Brestois sprung up,
beat Real Madrid.
Yes, and it was like, woo, this is the format where the fringe guys will now have a stake. The next viewership would increase, because everybody now wants to put an eye to say, what's special about this league format? By the time it stays for 3, 4, 5 seasons, then everyone is now looking and, okay, it's the normal thing. Another spring will come again, and you'll see something different. It is just plans to keep this thing. The Club World Cup is also there. There is that plan again to expand it. There's a plan now by FIFA to make it biennial instead of 4 years. After 2029, that's 2029. They want to make it biennial instead of 4 years. All of these are plans to increase money. So when players are even complaining that like what Israel Victor talked about, it's too much on us, so it's too much on us. But you're asking for increase in wages. The financial system is overbloated.
You have to work out your money.
Where do you think organizers, club sides, leagues would get money to keep running? It is when they continue to do these things. That is one of the reasons why we are seeing this case, for example. You need to go outside. You need to take the league out. If all was okay, I don't think they would want to take Villarreal and Barcelona to go and play somewhere else.
Osas, you agree with me? You agree with me when I say that when the elephants dance, it's the ants that will suffer. You do understand that this is going to affect every small team. I was putting it to you particularly that Barcelona would not agree to play again. We watched Barcelona play with Madrid, the 4-3, the last game of the season.
Yeah.
You needed 3 points from that game, Barcelona, and they also needed to pick 3 points from their next to be crowned La Liga champions. Would you take that game to USC to play for 3 points?
You're looking at it from one point of view.
No, I know.
Which is. No, I said something before you came in. Finances rule over everything, because no matter how you want to look at it, do you understand what I'm saying? No matter how you want to look at it right now, if the La Liga starts sinking, all of these things are going to be peripheral thoughts. What I mean is, whether you're thinking that, if I had played it at home, I would have gotten all 3 points. If I had not played it at home, I would have gotten all 3 points. If the La Liga starts sinking, and the only way to sink is when there is no financial input, it starts sinking. Everybody go pack their bag, go house. So what you're seeing them do now is, you can't eat your cake and have it. You have to sacrifice one thing for the other one to come through. So even Villarreal,
you're going to say that this is some sort of test run.
It's definitely some sort of test run. Now, if it goes and plays very well, now listen, this is what I feel. Villarreal has agreed to it, right? If Villarreal goes outside by December and plays with Barcelona, because whether you like it or not, you can't compare. I don't think you can compare Bournemouth to Villarreal right now in terms of followership. You might not be able to compare Bournemouth to Villarreal.
Who's the bigger one?
Who's
the bigger one?
Bournemouth is going to be bigger because it's the English Premier League.
Okay.
Now, imagine Villarreal. Villarreal is known most likely within a sector of Europe. That's what I mean, followership heavy within a sector of Europe. Imagine Villarreal goes by December, plays this game, and comes back and begins to see a rise in their social media followership. Maybe it doubles. And once that doubles, revenues begin to come in, sponsorship begins to come in. Do you think that Deportivo Alaves would not want to go to Japan to play if they should schedule them for May next year?
So,
it takes everything away from the sport.
Alex, I'm coming. Osas, which means you think that the smaller teams will actually benefit financially
The smaller
from
teams
this?
will benefit. The bigger teams will benefit. They come up in the eyes of the entire world because, whether you like it or not, in the United States of America, United States no like football. Football is not even the number one sport.
It's not even number two sport.
So it's not even the number one sport. Then they now hear that, Villarreal is coming to Miami. Fine, one of those clubs from
La Liga,
Spain.
Yeah.
Oh, what's La Liga? Okay, the Spanish Football Domestic League.
Let's check it out.
Now, the Spanish Football Domestic League is out there. Oh, which one is this one? Who are these ones putting on yellow? Okay, they are Villarreal. Some group will go and Google search, will go and do their findings on Villarreal. Villarreal has gotten some more fans. Now, it's more or less, I see it like that scheme of trying to sell out your brand to places where geographically you couldn't break into. That's what I'm saying, both for the smaller teams and for the bigger teams. There's a reason why the staging of that game was between a smaller team and a bigger team.
I still think
okay,
smaller teams stand a whole lot to lose. First of all, you referenced the Premier League. You said the Premier League are not suffering financially, which is why they will not agree to take their games outside. Real Madrid has nothing to do with taking their games outside. They can comfortably. No, I'm just saying something. I'm coming to that. Real Madrid can comfortably stay at home at the Bernabeu.
Yes.
Play their games, make the same amount of revenue. They take what? They are already playing the what's the name of that cup called in the La Liga?
The Spanish Super Cup.
The Super Cup, they are already playing that one outside. The last two editions
was played
in Saudi
outside.
Arabia. So they already know that if I go outside, I'm going to take revenue from there. But me as a big side, I don't need this.
Okay.
You are referencing the smaller teams. The smaller teams are going to want to go. They are going to want to go outside they are going to collect that cash. And in this instance now, what those teams are doing is they are prioritizing the money over the points. It is good business for them.
Okay.
For the big side, what are they going to be doing? They are going to be prioritizing the points because they do not need the funds. They generate enough revenue individually that they can go outside and say, okay, since this is to our advantage and you're no longer playing at home, in a difficult place, Mallorca is a very difficult stadium to go to. San Mames, Atletico Bilbao is a difficult place to go to. You will now take that match outside. They'll be like, thank God.
That is why.
Let me go there, pick the 3 points. My revenue still stays with me.
Yes.
Whereas the smaller teams, the competition is even being eradicated. The smaller teams loses their points and they are getting revenue and they are smiling back.
That is why I started by telling you that you can't eat your cake and have it. Now, I told you, for the greater good, the La Liga sinks, everybody sinks. Now, are you getting it? The La Liga sinks because of financial incompetence. Everybody sinks. So which will be better? You, as a smaller team, you lose the beauty of playing at home and trying to punch hard for those points, and you get financially stable. You lose it, it passes towards the bigger teams who are already financially stable, but maybe they get the points. Now, there's a reason why, if you look at these games staged outside their domestic league, there is that matching of a small team and a big team. Villarreal, Barcelona, AC Milan, Como 1907. AC Milan has got the pedigree. Barcelona has got the pedigree. They match them with a smaller team trying to build their own pedigree. Yeah. Now, all of these things we are looking at, whether, okay, it was supposed to be a game that would have been in traditionally in Villarreal's home, that would have offered Villarreal more chance to drop. I guess you're looking at it from the angle of, okay, the bigger teams now are going to benefit because of the points. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? No. But the smaller teams will also get the revenue. But
they'll get the revenue, but they will not obviously get as much. I said there's only one winner here. The only winner here is the bigger side.
No, it's not only one winner. Even the smaller teams will get more revenue than they would have gotten ordinarily.
That is
now, if you talk about playing away from home, I don't think that one is much of a problem. We saw the Club World Cup. Flamengo had the beauty beating Chelsea. That was not at home. Botafogo had the beauty beating Paris Saint-Germain. That was not at home. Even if it's in the same continent or the same area, but Botafogo is in South America.
I would speak that those teams, they need those opportunities more. They need those matchups more. Which is why I say that. Nelson, so sorry to cut you off, but which is why I say that it's a situation where only the big clubs benefit. If you tell me that you take an Alaves, a Real Valladolid matchup outside, I would say fine and good. Go ahead and play it. After all, Chelsea Benfica in the Club World Cup, that stadium was 65% empty. 35% occupied, 65% empty. You already mentioned that the USA is not a footballing nation. Football is not even in the top 4 of its sports. Not at all, not even close. No. So if you're taking this kind of games outside, I am just stating that the only thing that the small clubs have to gain is the recognition that you've clearly stated, the branding that they're looking for, and the influx of more revenue than they would have originally got. But these big clubs, they already have the pedigree. So they are whatever you're making, they are already making their own on top. They are picking the points because obviously they are looking at it as it's not really a challenge, and they are also eradicating competition. I can bet you that with this new format, this new UCL format that you were talking about, the brilliance of Stade Brest, I could also throw in Club Brugge, Aston Villa, people that got to at least the quarterfinals. Yes. None of them did as impressively good as RB Leipzig 2019-20 when Bayern Munich won it. They got to the semi-finals. Villarreal, the season Real Madrid won in 2022, the final versus Liverpool. They got to the semi-finals. Ajax got to the semi-final. Tottenham too. You would barely see that over the course of the next 10 years. I can promise you, because first of all, even not just the group stage alone, the playoffs will eradicate almost every other competitor that you would supposedly be sizable. Because for a small team to spring up and win about 8 matches to get into that top 8 is already going to be a huge problem. So it is basically eradicating the competition.
Benjamin, I want to say something real quick. It's
Finally,
about the advantage and disadvantage of this thing. I've heard both Alex and Osa's point of view. Yes, in Alex's point of view, it's kind of one-sided because you're looking at Real Madrid, you're looking at Barcelona. I mean, Alex, you want to mention? You cannot even mention the 3 teams that are in relegation in La Liga right now without looking at your phone, because of the fact that it's not that popular out there. That's what Osai is trying to say. Osai is trying to say that, okay, let's it benefit both the popular team and both the lesser team out there in La Liga. Because no Nigerian, respect to Nigerian football lover, but they cannot mention top 10 team in the La Liga. Yes, you can say Atlético de Madrid, you can say Villarreal, you can say Real Madrid and Barcelona. Else there, most people do not know the likes of Alaves, the likes of Como 1907, the likes of the rest of them that are too many to mention. So I mean, the Premier League, you can mention top 3 bottom team, Sunderland, you can mention Wolves, you can mention Bournemouth, you can mention all of them from beginning to the ending. So what Osai is trying to say that is this is going to help La Liga out there, because most people do not watch La Liga. I'll tell for a fact, except from the El Clasico that we watch out the Real Madrid and Barcelona games, most people will not watch La Liga in a normal day setting. We will not watch La Liga, maybe Alaves is playing against Villarreal, you want to go and watch the match. So you putting these matches out there is a disadvantage one, it's an advantage on another side, because it's not only going to help the team, it's going to help the La Liga face altogether. One, for a fact that I want to go to the stadium to see Lamine Yamal play against maybe a Alaves side. Yes, it's a small team, but I want to go and see Lamine Yamal playing against this. Maybe they're coming to play. There's no stadium in Nigeria. Let me go to Morocco. They're going to play something in Morocco. I want to say, okay, let me see Lamine Yamal face to face in person. A La Liga game face to face in person. Let me travel to Morocco to see it. It's now bringing my attention to, okay, there's a La Liga out there. There is a Deportivo Alaves out there that the team in La Liga. So I think for me, it's a big advantage to La Liga in general, but a lesser advantage to the big teams. So Alex.
No counter attack.
I just want to just say in the fact, I say that I want to side it Osas here because I feel that benefits in general. If La Liga sinks, Madrid will sink, Barcelona will sink. I don't think Madrid will sink.
You know the angle I want to come from, because of where you started your argument off from, Benjamin, just very quickly. Because of where you started your argument off from, in the 90s, the Premier League was the 3rd, the 4th most viewed league. What made them by far the number 1 20 years later? They've not taken a single Premier League match outside. There's no Premier League game that has ever been played outside of England. What made them the most viewed league? Not only by far the most viewed league. The most viewed matches were the El Clasico. It is no longer the most viewed matches again. The most viewed league was Barcelona, the Galacticos, and I said Barcelona, was La Liga, the Galacticos and Barcelona. We even had Paris versus Lyon. Would throw up a huge crowd. With that AC Milan and Inter Milan, and everybody is raving to watch it. Why are those matches not as televised as the English Premier League? If you're coming from media coverage and being known, how do you think that going outside is going to solve this problem?
I think
I want to open the phone lines. Okay, quickly.
I feel we are getting it all wrong. There are many ways we can get the La Liga to be seen by the entire world than taking it outside. Now, take it for instance. Now you bring a La Liga game, Villarreal against Sevilla. You bring it to England to play because of England is very much into football. And that day, let's say Newcastle are playing against Sunderland. Do you think fans will go to watch the Villarreal game? They won't. So taking it outside, there is no guarantee you can still sell it to that level you want to.
It's a 50 chance, actually.
So the best thing is, look at these successful leagues that have been televised around the world. Do something similar to what they are doing. They didn't take it outside. So taking it outside, we take our MPFL game to Sudan to play, and it reach there and only we will be the players 9 days. It changes nothing.
Okay, the guys have actually said and given their thoughts. So it's time for you to give your thoughts. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is there for your taking. 0701 933 9962. I take the number again, 0701 933 9962. That's the number for the WhatsApp and SMS. For the phone lines, they're officially open. It's officially open because we are using just one line, 0810-9510-951. What's your take on this? Do you think that playing games outside playing games abroad, do you think it's actually financially motivated or viewership coverage? What do you think, and how do you think this is right? What's your opinion about this? Would you still feel connected to your local club if your home games is being played in another country? Example, Rivers United gets to play Abia Warriors, or let's say they get to play Eyimba in Accra. Do you think they will make more money? Do you think the viewership will be there? How will you feel? Do you feel lost, or do you still have that connection because they are playing away? 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call and air your thoughts. Now, Nelson Odia, is it fair to the local fans who have supported their clubs for decades taking these games outside? Do you think it's fair?
It's a bit two-sided for me.
Before you answer, please let me get the thoughts of this caller. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello, good evening, guys.
Good evening. Today's Sports Live. Your name and your location.
Okay, I'm Kelvin calling from River State here.
Okay, Kelvin, go on with your contribution.
What I want to say is this. Taking, for example, as you people are saying there, taking, for example, Barcelona and Villarreal to abroad, have that at the back of your mind that me, myself, that is in that particular country.
Hello. Okay, we lost that caller there. Nelson. Meanwhile, let me call the phone lines again, 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is still there, 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That's the number for the WhatsApp and SMS portal. For the phone line, 0810-9510-951. Nelson Odia, over to you.
Like I was saying, it's a bit of an advantage for an disadvantage for me, because I heard what Victor has said. I pick a point from it. He said the Liverpool Stadium is one of the most stressful stadiums to go to, even for a Barcelona team, without any team in Europe. To go to a Liverpool Stadium with the Liverpool fans, there is one of the most stadiums that you want to go to and get scared of. AC Milan Stadium, the same thing. The Stamford Bridge, are not home stadium all over the European setup are scary to go there. Imagine you leaving your home terrain to go and play abroad. Yes, it's a kind of a different kind of mixed feeling. But we saw this in the Club World Cup. We saw the likes of Flamengo beating Chelsea, the likes of Botafogo beating PSG, the likes of Chelsea and PSG. Chelsea end up winning the game 3-0. I mean, it was played in a neutral ground. We have seen when competitions where the likes of competition played in neutral grounds, the Emirates. So I think for me, it's a kind of a two-sided point of view from me, because I feel that it's going to help some teams. Like, for instance, I said it before, if your team is not doing well, for the you are supporting Rivers United, for instance, and the only team in that table or in that league that is big is only Remo Star that the world knows, won't you allow the world to know Villarreal too, or the world to know Remo Stars, or the world to know Rivers United too? So it's helping the smaller teams, because it's going to give them that popularity out there to that, okay, this team is actually in the La Liga, this team is in the Serie A. Because for a fact, most Nigerians footballers out there do not know most of the teams in the La Liga, do not know most of the teams in the Serie A. So I think for me, I'll put it in the limelight that the bigger teams should be able to make La Liga big, or to make La Liga more famous. Yes, we say that the Premier League will not do this. The Premier League will not carry their games outside and the rest of things. But if it happened, then it's a kind of different situation at this point in time, because in different times, there are different ways to solve problems. So I think it's the time for La Liga to solve the problem with this kind of method, because they feel that Africans do not know La Liga that much. Let's push it out there to Africans. I was watching a video on social media where Lelignoro was in his car. Then an American come and meet and say, what do you do for a living? He says he's a footballer. Like, what? Which footballer? He had to drive past, and it's like, okay, this guy is actually famous. So most people do not know.
Maybe because he plays for Man United. Nobody watches Man United.
Let's not put it in that limelight, please. But I feel that most people out there do not know the La Liga, know the Serie A, than they know the Premier League. So I think it's going to push the clubs out there to more people knowing it. Yes. Most Barcelona fans will not like it because they want to be in their home stadium to watch the games. But let them look at us. If the La Liga sinks today, or La Liga is no longer watchable anymore, how many people? You said Alex said those days most people come out to watch the El Clasico was the most watched. The AC Milan Inter Milan was the most watched then. Now what's happening now? It's no longer top notch again. People want to watch the Bournemouth versus Wolves than to watch Alaves versus Villarreal. So I think it's just a matter of you pushing out the La Liga out there for people to watch it and keep their eyes glued to the TV than start feeling like, oh, it's benefiting only the smaller team, not the bigger team. So it's just a matter of urgency at this point in time. Let everybody work together to make La Liga better. So I think for me, I will accept as a fan for my team to move abroad to play if we help the league become more popular.
Okay, Victor Israel, let me come to you. Do you think that this could lead to fixture imbalance or affects competition integrity?
In every ramification, because you just feel, in as much as you want to help the league become better financially and also people getting to know it, the fixture imbalance will be there because I don't just want to narrow it down to La Liga. I also, irrespective of the fact that yes, the Premier League is well known, I also want to bring it to the Premier League because you take, for instance, going to Selhurst Park as any team, no matter your form, going to Selhurst Park has always been a trouble. Manchester City last season were beaten there, and lots of teams were beaten there. Liverpool lost there this season, and if the big teams, Manchester City and Liverpool are one of the top teams in the EPL. If they were beaten there, then believe me, every Crystal Palace fan knows very well that whenever these big teams travel to their stadium, they have a chance of getting something from the game. But when you take that game to the Maracana to play, believe me, the big teams will be looking at it. We can do it. Just imagine the Barcelona of before that loves a bigger pitch, that loves touching the ball around, and they are being taken to this place to play against a Luton Town team that knows very well how to play in a small pitch in their home stadium when they're supposed to play at home, and you take them to something very big. They already lose the game before getting to the pitch there. So I feel it takes away the fighting chance for certain teams because you just feel, oh, this is a derby, this is a Manchester derby, and you can't play it at Old Trafford. Instead, you're playing it at the Istanbul Stadium. It takes away that feeling, knowing fully well that, yes, my fans will be behind me. So I just feel it's a case of most rules coming in now, most ideologies are just going to favor the big teams.
Okay, these fixtures would favor the big teams and not the small teams. Alex?
Yeah, I just wanted to conclude on it. I think everything all circles around revenue. We've spoken about money and how much has been generated.
Yeah.
So we need to ask ourselves, why is money the issue of La Liga? Why is that not Premier League? Premier League are spending so well. Everybody complains after the end of every transfer window. Why are all the Premier League teams spending? Even Crystal Palace can bring out as much as 100 mil and spend it on just players alone. La Liga cannot do that. In fact, La Liga has to sell some of their best players. Getafe did not want to let Chris Santos leave. They had to sell him.
Yeah.
They sold Omar Alderete to Sunderland. To Sunderland that came from the EFL. Spent over what in getting players. It's all put, it's very simply put. The stringent rules
on FFP and all the guidance by Javier Tebas, the La Liga president, is why the league is struggling to generate income. It's struggling to register players, even players who played last season. You'd be surprised when you come back, you add in the players that have returned on loan, and all of a sudden, you can't even register your own players again. The only people who seem to sign without any issues are Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. And why is that? So it's come to a point where, as someone who watches the La Liga, you have to ask questions. Why is everybody struggling with registering players, with signing players, with the income generated? It's not like Barca are not generating income. Barca are generating it, but they are offloading debt and debt and debt. And they are struggling to register players. And they won 4 trophies last season. They generated enough income from matches, from shirt sales, player, and all of that. But at the end of the day, it's barely being notified. The books are not showing it. This is the same Barca team that once they do that, they'll carry this money and splash on Coutinho. Carry this one and splash on as many players as they want. And Barca used to be one of the most expensive or the biggest hitters in transfer market. They can't do it again. So you have to go back and check, what is Javier Tebas doing? What are the rules that are set in La Liga that are making it only a 1 or 2 side that are trying to compete, whereas the rest of them, particularly the small ones, tend to sink?
Okay, these are the thoughts of the guys. You can actually call in or send your SMS into the conversation. 0701 933 9962. That's the number for the WhatsApp and SMS portal. The phone line is 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call into the show and air your thoughts. 0810-9510-951. For the WhatsApp and SMS portal, 0701-933-9962. We have a caller on the line. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. I think the network is not our friend today. Okay, so back to the questions. Ovie, I have to come to you now. Now, what do you think are the safeguards that UEFA needs to introduce to protect home fans and club integrity? Or club identity, rather?
For club identity and to protect home fans, I think the only thing you can just do is just to make sure that the games are played.
We have a call on the line. Let me take the caller's thoughts before I get to you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Today's Sports Live, your name and your location?
Yeah, Kabulobari.
Kabulobari from Rumokrushi. Yes.
Yeah, about the matter on ground, taking match to outside your league, go play. Like, waiting me, I've been still talking yesterday. I've been talking because this move, now Baka, 9 day, Madrid and Baka, 9 day behind of this move. So, if then they find money, because I know say all these things are money, if then they find money, why they no arrange another competition for La Liga? Make them play like 3 competition for La Liga. Then make the habitat by within the color. Why no allow everybody to do fair for that La Liga? Why you can't be saying only Barcelona, Real Madrid, and maybe Atletico Madrid? So if they find money, making Kukuma sit down, think about, because if they bad say me as a Liverpool fans, then maybe if I want to play ball with like Man City, or maybe I want to play ball like I could carry the ball come out for Liverpool home, carry go another country go play. Me, I don't pay my money go there, go watch that ball now. Instead of carry the money keep for us, I go there, yeah, watch the match. So for me, I no buy for that idea. But for Premier League, I beg, make them no follow that line, because you go do make some people, make some clubs lose their fans.
Okay.
For me, yes, because me, I no go like them, I no go fit to watch them, because it don't make any sense for me. If La Liga they find money, make Abiteba sit down, think about himself first before he go do all those things. That's for me. Then for basket, tennis, Coco golf, their match don't finish.
Yes, Coco won.
So she win now.
She won. Jessica Pegulia.
That's very nice. One of the analysts was saying that Coco golf is not a, like, I know that she's still coming up player, but I know with time he will be very good player for me. So I'm happy that he won because that's my Sincerina go out of the scene. She's another player that I support. So I'm very, very happy to this discipline that she won that match.
Okay, thank you. Would that be all, Kablo Barry? Okay, we have to go on a quick commercial. When we are back, then we'll continue with the show.
Attention Rivers youths, are you ready to explore a future of discipline, pride, and opportunity? The Rivers State Ministry of Youth Development invites all young men and women to a one-day sensitization seminar with the theme, Beyond the Uniform, Unlocking Career Opportunities in the Nigerian Army. Come and discover the amazing career path, educational support, and empowerment opportunities that await you in the Nigerian Army. Date, Monday, 13th October 2025. Venue, MBA House, Bank Road, opposite Falga Council Secretariat, Port Harcourt. Time, 10 a.m. prompt. Don't miss this life-changing opportunity, service to your nation, and a path to purpose and greatness. Join the conversation, be informed, be empowered, be ready to serve. This message is brought to you by the River State Ministry of Youth Development.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Yes, this is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Henry Oguo, who is here with you now, as we did have Osage Hiwi and Benjamin Mina from the 1 o'clock hour down to 4:30, running through other sports and European football. Well, it's time for us to talk a lot as regards everything happening
on Nigerian football. Yes, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, well, they landed safely in Uyo this morning after that scare mid-air on their way back to the country from the first game of this international window against Lesotho. We'll also be looking at the Flamingos. The MPFL is on the menu. Yes, Super Eagles, like I did mention, they did land this morning, and we will be mirroring and touchlighting and doing sort of a preview before that game against Benin Republic on Tuesday. Is the make or mar tie for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. As usual, I'm never alone in the studio today talking. I've got the guys here with me. Let me start off by introducing Reliable Reliance. Reliance, good afternoon. Welcome. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Thank goodness. And also thanks to the logistic company that was in charge of the Super Eagles flight back to Nigeria after the match in Uyo. There was this heavy crack on the aircraft windshield, and when the pilot noticed it, he had to make a U-turn, reverse back to Rwanda, because that's where they stopped to refuel. And according to information reaching me this morning, the company, I think I can give them credit this time, ValueJet sent a different flight entirely, a different aircraft entirely, to bring the team back to Nigeria, and they arrived Uyo at the 8 o'clock hour. That's about 5 minutes past 8 o'clock. That was when they touched down here this morning. It's great to be here. We look ahead to what's going to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, we're looking ahead to what is going to happen on Tuesday. South African coach Hugo Bruce is saying that they are at the mercy of Nigeria. Is that the case? We have President Darcy here with us.
Wonderful happened to you, Henry. I think it's about time that things are about to change. I mean, Hugo Bruce that was actually making mouths, and that Nigeria
he's been humbled.
He's been humbled now. Zimbabwe has humbled him. A fellow South African, a fellow Southern side has come out to humble him. I think it was a scare when I saw red card. I saw red card at the 70th minute. I'm like, oh, finally they'll win the match, and they came down to a goalless draw, and I was a bit happy because I was watching the Sky Sports the other time, and the South Africans were making fun of David. What's the name of that goalkeeper again?
No, Adebayo
Adele on set. I'm like, wow, what's really happening here? And right now they are, at least now they know their place, because I feel that it was a good one for Zimbabwe to do that one to them. But sincerely, I don't even think our Super Eagles can beat Benin Republic at this point in time, because they are in form, and I'm a little bit scared, and I'm saying God will help us, because it's going to be scary that match.
We're going to God now.
Yes,
we're looking up
it's
to
actually
God now.
up to God, because the players and the defense line, and the goalkeeper.
Is it the defense line or more of the goalkeeper?
The defense line and the goalkeeper are not in touch at all. I think from the centre back to the goalkeeper, to the goalkeeping side of things for Nigeria, I think we need to work on that. I think the coach needs to tell the players and the defenders that this time around they will hurt us. I think Benin will hurt us in all angles. So just play safe. Wambali, play safe, please, because we are begging him, because on Tuesday it's going to be a dangerous game. If South Africa win, they qualify. If Nigeria wins, it's going to be a kind of calculator game for us, but we'll see what we can do from there. So welcome to the show as we bring you what is going to happen in the next few days for Nigeria.
Okay, what is going to happen in the next few days for Nigeria? Blessing Thompson is in the studio as well. Blessing, good afternoon or good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to you, Henry. Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening, Harcourt. It is a rainy Sunday, very rainy Sunday. And just as Nelson was talking about South Africa being humbled, I saw somewhere somebody said that if Nigeria loses to Benin on Tuesday, that is because we don't want South Africa to qualify. Well, we hope the boys do something good. I was not impressed with the game against Lesotho. We were talking about it here in the studio, and everybody was like, use 5-3-2, beat them from all sides. We are going to be facing a more organized Benin Republic side on Tuesday. We hope the boys can bring out something out of that game. It's a game of open chances. Anybody can win that game. But would Nigeria be able to capitalize? Benin will be on a lot of pressure. Nigeria will also be on a lot of pressure. So it's going to be a very open game, and the person that capitalizes on his opponent would get the game at the end.
Well, will it actually be an open game? Benin Republic might just need a draw. A draw might just be enough for them, depending on what South Africa actually plays with Rwanda on the final day as well. So what will be needed for Nigeria to actually be enough to secure qualification to the FIFA World Cup. For the SMS and WhatsApp also, it is still the same, 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. While for the phone lines, the number is 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 951. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I say take a seat, fasten your seatbelts, and let's get this show on the road. Now let's start things off as we will be beginning with the Flamingos. Well, their 10-match unbeaten streak ended in dramatic fashion yesterday morning after a pulsating 4-3 defeat to New Zealand in Casablanca. Now the Flamingos' first loss in 11 warm-up games ahead of 2025 FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco. The Bankole Oluokore side showed attacking brilliance that will give them confidence as they fine-tune for the global show piece. Well, 3 goals scored, but 4 goals were conceded, and they will be kicking off the competition very soon. And now in the same group with Canada, France, and Samoa, with their campaign beginning on October 19th. Reliance, let me start off with you as regards this one. 11 games unbeaten, finally coming to an end. But I mean, is there a result that should be worrying or Nigeria should be worried about? I think this has to be the first serious test game they'll have to, or they would have played, and it's against a New Zealand side a lot will not really regard as a powerhouse when it comes to women football. Yes, they've been trying, and looks like growth, they've been doing some good things growth-wise, but I mean, losing 4-3 against them when you're in the same group with Canada or France, do you think there's any cause for concern or worry there?
Well, I think the only cause there is for the team to tighten up, understanding that the competition is going to be different going forward from here, because these girls have played football, had warm-up games, and have had plethora of goals scored, and then coming up against the New Zealand side, and then they were still able to muster up 3 points. That shows the attacking prowess the team has, losing the match by 1 goal difference. So it's an eye opener for the coach to look at how to lock things up and also understand the way forward and the kind of different tests and competition that they're going to be facing. Because look, it's going to be a bit tougher, a bit more difficult, than the warm-up games you've played once the competition starts proper. You're going up against teams who have a proper footballing system, and they are well drilled. And so there is philosophy, there is footballing system right there that trickles down from their senior national team, both the men and the women, down to the under-17. And they are more coordinated. They probably will have more chemistry than what the Flamingos can put up. And so that brings stand competition when the competition starts proper. So for you to have a friendly match against New Zealand, you're able to score 3 goals, conceded 4. Well, it's more of an eye-opener than cause for concern, because, like I mentioned, these girls, one thing I'm proud of them is they know how to score goals, all right? They know how to score goals. They've played, before this game, they played 10 friendly matches, and they've scored 44 goals in 10 friendly matches, Henry. That's some whooping number, no matter how you want to look at it. That's more or less like an average 4.4 goals per match. And then they played the next match, game or warm-up game number 11, and they were able to put 3 past their opponent. So what's the exposure there is the defense line needs some tighten up, all right? You need a bit of more chemistry at the back line to be able to hold things, and then sharpen up your attacking prowess as well. Up next, I think that match comes up tomorrow. if I'm not mistaken. They're going to be playing Paraguay in another friendly match ahead of the tournament that starts proper for them. I think Nigeria plays their first match, or is it on the 19th
On the 19th
or
against
thereabouts? Yeah,
France.
So when you look at all of these and put all of this together, it's okay, yeah. So it's more or less a case where the coach looks at the match and said, "Look, we've come a long way. We've had some preparations. One or two things are working, but can we make it better off because the competition is going to be different?" So no more cause for worries. Rather, an eye opener to tighten up. Close up loose ends as they prepare to take on Paraguay in another friendly match before they play their first group game on the 19th.
Okay, so the Flamingos of Nigeria, first game on the 19th. What can Bankole Oluokere do? Well, they still have one more warm-up game before that one, but I mean, losing to New Zealand by 4-3, is it a cause for alarm or worry there for the head coach of the side? And now let's head over to the MPFL to talk about games that are currently going on at this point in time. Abia Warriors currently leading El Kanemi Warriors by 2-0. Kano Pillars are 1-0 up against Shooting Stars. Katia United are playing goalless with Tremor Stars. Kun Khalifat are goalless with Eyimba. Nasara United currently playing out a 1-0 draw with Enugu Rangers. Plateau United playing out a goalless draw with Barao. Warri Wolves playing out a 1-0 draw with Wiki Tourists. With Niger Tornadoes, beg your pardon, Wiki Tourists are also playing out 1-0 draw with Kwara United. While Ikorodu City are 1-0 up against Bendel Insurance. That is how things are shaping up in the MPFL at this point in time. Reliance, are you expecting any? I'm not seeing Rivers United there. We actually confirm. Actually get to confirm, but are you shocked or you have more expectations as regards certain games currently going on?
Well, I think things are playing out the way they're supposed to play. I mean, I didn't expect anybody to go to Kun Khalifa and run them over. It's a newly promoted side that has shown that they can be very stubborn on a very good day. So I do not expect them to get run over by Enyimba, perennial campaigners in the Nigeria Premier Football League, despite the shows of form that we've seen and the coordination we've seen with Stanley Guma side this season. So at goalless at 45, at the 45th minute, that's no surprise. And of course, Enyimba, maybe they can get an away win right there because, again, if you want to look at pedigree, I mean, Enyimba should be able to beat Kun Khalifa whether they're playing home or away, but that's another unique thing about the Nigeria Premier Football League. It's very tough, and then some of these things do not really go down the way that they go in other leagues. Now, you go to Aba, where Abia Warriors are playing El Kanemi Warriors. Now, that should be Domo Hair Township Stadium. Abia Warriors leading by 2-0 up against El Kanemi Warriors. A struggling side this season. No surprises there. Imam Amapakabo is looking at avoiding what happened to Tunde Sani after he was evicted from the CAF Confederation Cup. A loss to Ashanti Kotoko at home. The next match, he lost to this same Imama Amabakabo's Abia Warriors by a single goal at home. He was given the X. So Imama is looking at it and saying, look, I have to toughen up. Yes, we didn't do well in the CAF Confederation Cup as expected. Got knocked out by Joliba FC. But let's see. So it's about to be 2 wins out of 2 since the eviction from the CAF Confederation Cup qualifier for Imam Amapakabo. Playing Ashanti Kotoko, beating Kwara United in their next game after the CAF Confederation Cup qualifying matches, and right now leading against El Kanemi Warriors. And I mean, so that's some momentum going into the season. And then also look at Rangers International, struggling side this season in the Nigeria Premier Football League, 1-1 at halftime with Nasara United. Another center that I'm looking at, I'm saying that game is evenly poised. It has not really been rosy for Ilechukwu these days. Ilechukwu is not part of the side, of course. He's with the Super Eagles as they prepare to take on Benin Republic. Himself alongside his friend and close rival Daniel Ogumodede of Remo Stars, who are up against Katsina United. Maybe if there is a well-drilled philosophy home style for Remo Stars, then I don't expect them to play anything differently as they are playing up against Katsina United, despite the absence of their head coach in Daniel Ogumodede. I expect them to still go down, the same pattern that they've held or they've used in the past couple of matches to be able to get results against teams. So not much to be expected between Nasarawa United and Rangers International of Enugu. If Rangers are able, I think the best result, it's going to be surprising and maybe out of the blue if they're able to muster up a win against Nasarawa United, a very stubborn side on a very good day, a side that has been competing in the CAF, in the President Federation Cup. They have a stake. Sometimes they decide who gets to win a trophy because, they are one of the recent winners, are they not? So when you look at Nasarawa United and then you're looking at home against Rangers International and then consider form of Rangers this season, you're thinking if Rangers can get a draw at Nasarawa, then they should come back home celebrating the 1 point because they've been appalling this season. But the place that surprises me, even though maybe more to be played for, is Plateau United against Barrow FC. I expected Plateau United to be able to register at least a single goal. So far, we are into the 5th minute of additional time because they've completed the 45 minutes allocated for the first half and 5 minutes of additional time. I can't confirm how many minutes were added, but at least they are into the 5th minute of whatever amount of time was given them to play additionally after the first 45 minutes completed. But there's still no goal reports. Quick update, Henry, that match has been concluded. The first half has been concluded between Plateau United and Barrow FC. So no goal to reports. That's a center that I'm a bit looking at. I'm thinking they should have done better. But then I'm expecting to see what's going to happen with Kwara United. They are playing 1-1 against Wiki Tourists at the moment. When you sack a coach, whoever comes in, even if it's an assistant that comes in the interim,
sort of a new manager bounce.
There's always that new manager bounce. So I'm expecting to see what's going to happen with Kwara United. I'm expecting to see the shape up. Will it make any difference? Because Kwara is looking at the possibility of returning to the continent or even maybe winning the President Federation Cup once again, So that's the outlet. And when you change a coach who achieved so much for you last season, just after 7 match days, that's including the CAF Confederation Cup qualifiers, that's very new, very early in the season. That means whoever takes over has a lot of time to change the dynamics of the team and to turn things around. So there will be lots of expectations, whether it's the interim manager or whether they are going to be appointing a new manager. We wait and see what's going to happen. So that's where I'm expecting something to happen. At the moment, it's not bad. They're away to Wiki Tourists and they've drawn level 1-1 at halftime. It's not bad. So let's see how that happens and how things goes. Canopy as leading shooting stars, not so much of a surprise. So these are the centers that I felt things would have gone differently, and these are also the centers that I look and I'm thinking the way they are at the moment, not too much surprises. Expected them to be the way they are at the moment.
Nelson, Enyimba playing Kun Khalifat away from home, goalless. Kun Khalifat these days get to play at the Elephant Park for most of their games. Now, do you think that this is actually a game that Enyimba should be looking at and saying we should be getting a result because we are at home, technically away from home?
And Kun Khalifat, for a fact, they are in the bottom last of the table. Yes, I think they are standing at the 20th position. That is the last.
No,
team
they are
on the
19th
table.
on the table currently.
It's Baruda is 19th. They are still 20 on the table.
No, Bendel
right
is
now.
actually 20th because Bendel are losing.
So I think for me it's supposed to be a very, very cool game for Enyimba. I don't know why they are currently and they're also red carded. Wow. Also red carded. Enyimba is red carded against Kun Khalifat, and you're looking at this game and like, why are you red carded against the team that are bottom in the table, and you are supposed to be that big team when it comes to the MPFL. So I feel that this game is supposed to be a very, very easy 3-pointer for Enyimba, but it's not over yet. It's just the first half. Second half, I want to see an electrifying Enyimba team that will come up against this Kun Khalifat and at least get 3 points or a point against them. But 1 point is not going to be enough for Enyimba because they are not sitting very, very pleasant in the table. Yes, you say that it's the beginning of the season for them. They are not far from. It's just round 8. They're third. It's just round 8 in the MPFL table, and they're third. And you're looking at this and like, if they keep losing points, and the likes of Remo Stars start punching in their points, their points now, it's going to be a very, very dangerous one for them. So second half, let the boys just coming out stronger, because losing against Kun Khalifat it should be one of that easy game that gives you that easy 3 points in the MPFL. So I feel that second half is going to be a different kind of ball game for Enyimba. Red Carded is not something that you want to give them the victory for, but then again, it's Enyimba. They have the players, they have the experience that against this Kun Khalifa FC side. So I feel that let's just see how the game is going to go in the second half. But in all round, or in all what I'm observing here, I think it's going to be a difficult game for them. But let me just keep my thoughts for the second half.
Henry, so we have a breaking development regarding the match between Rivers United
it's been postponed.
and Enyimba. The match has been postponed to be played tomorrow by 8 a.m. Now, this is due to the heavy downpour. The rainfall we've seen in the past couple of hours may have affected the condition of the pitch. And so they've decided, I want to believe the MPFL board has been notified, and so, because the match commissioner is there, they've decided to postpone the match for tomorrow 8 a.m. It's a very important encounter. That match might decide what's going to happen. Of course, what's his name?
Monday
Odigi left the side. So, according to Complete Sports, it is expected that, what's his name? Kennedy Boboye will be appointed as the new coach of Bayelsa United. So that match might decide so many things for Bayelsa United, save for Rivers United, who is the home side and has been in fine form. So let's see what happens tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock. Let's see. It's one of those rivalries you expect in the Nigeria Premier Football League. These days, it is tagged the Niger Delta Derby. So let's see how things go and what is going to be the outcome, because one of those teams that could certainly, or you might not expect to hurt Rivers United, is Bayelsa United. They can hurt Rivers United at any time. They are just neighbors, so that's why it holds a lot, and it can also determine which direction the board of Bayelsa United will go from tomorrow after the match. But then let's also bring this in. So I just remember that Abia Warriors played midweek games. So we had 2 midweek games in the Nigeria Premier Football League. I think
they beat Remo Stars after the Confederations Cup outstar.
Was it not Kwara United? I think
they beat Remo Stars, beat Kwara United. They lost midweek to Rangers.
Yes.
So this is like their 4th game.
Yes, their 4th game. So they lost to Rangers by 2-0. And if Rangers is able to hold on to the 1-0 draw, or maybe get a win away to Nasarawa United, then that will be back-to-back wins for Rangers for the first time in as many games. And Imama wants to return to winning ways, obviously, leading at home at the moment. And that is a good momentum. That's a good way to build. I mean, it's not really been so poor. It's not really been so bad, since they were ousted from the CAF Confederation Cup. So that's a team that other teams should take serious and should look forward to how they are going to build and what to expect from Imama and Abia Warriors. Probably they're looking at the possibility of returning to the continent. And Enyimba is also on that pedestal as well. I mean, imagine having these 2 teams back on the continent. Let's say they finish in the same tournament. Maybe the CAF Champions League or the CAF Confederation Cup. I'm just wondering if they will perform, if both of them will be allowed entrance, understanding that they are owned by a single entity.
Would that be difficult for them to actually disprove or discredit?
I mean, who?
Maybe they can front supposed chairman of Abia Warriors as the owner of Abia Warriors. I don't know. Crazy things happen. I mean, it's Nigeria. Is there any proper documentation to actually show that Abia State government owns Abia Warriors?
No, this is CAF we are talking about, not NFF.
I mean, if it's CAF, then for you to participate on the continent, you must have a women's team, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what are they fronting as women's team? Abia Angels. What have they been fronting as Enyimba's women's team for the past couple of seasons?
That's Abia Angels.
They
will find another women's
team. So
why
can't
that one? Wait, now that one is not even difficult. That one is the easiest of their challenge. To find a women's team and front, that one no hard. I mean, I could recall when there was this partnership between the MPFL and I think La Liga, and that partnership mandated MPFL teams to have a youth team. There is this Miss Palace, Miss Palace, one youth team from one academy like that, and I think in Plateau State, Jos. It was owned by nobody. But was it Plateau United? I mean, one team like that, they had to adopt that team, and we shouted. I recall we shouted because we knew Miss Palace Academy? I can't recall the name exactly. We knew them even before now that this is a defeat to the objective of this partnership, because since you don't have, you're supposed to be expelled from participating so that you will go and form your own and come back next season.
Yeah,
that was the idea, not to come and adopt a team.
I mean, the MPFL under 15 that was going on, a lot of those players were not actually owned by the MPFL.
They were not. Many of them do not have youth teams, and it's very, very appalling and very, very disappointing. So why did I bring that in? Having a women's team to submit to CAF, that is the easiest of the challenge, or the challenges that Abia state government could face if they end up having Enyimba and Abia Warriors on the continent in the same tournament. It's the easiest that they could face, but ownership might be a difficult thing, because Abia Warriors just played in the CAF Confederation Cup, albeit the preliminary round of qualifications. They got knocked out after the first round. They submitted ownership, Henry. So let's say they find themselves in the CAF Champions League and Enyimba in the CAF Champions League. You are still going to submit ownership, and it's expected that you submit ownership. The same ownership you submitted last season cannot come and change. If you change that, if you don't declare, there's a person not buy over the club. That one day. But investigations will be carried out. This is CAF you're talking about. They are a level, if not levels, higher than what's done here in Nigeria, because ordinarily Abia Warriors should not be in the same tournament with Enyimba. Back in the days, Akwa United should not be in the same tournament, or should I say in the same league, not tournaments now. I think they are allowed. No, not even in the same tournament. I'm correct. Akwa United should not be in the same tournament with Dakada FC. You know, and then of course we saw the, should I say, hula hoo that happened when Remo Stars wanted to have Beyond Limits and
in the
MPFL, and in the end, you know. But me, I'm asking myself, why is Abia? When they calm down, Sha. So it's not here. It's not. This is, there are levels above the MPFL board. So that would be the challenge. But the point is, Imama is on a trajectory of returning to the continent.
Yeah, they are second. They are second.
It's on a trajectory.
Yeah, for the meantime, Rivers United have 2 games in hand. Enyimba doesn't have any game in hand. You still have Remo Stars that are still yet to play. So, yes, that's how things do stand as regards the NPFL. 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. You can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal. We will take them before we get to run out of the studio. Well, we do have World Cup qualifiers over there in Europe taking place. As match day 1 of match day 10 for African World Cup qualifiers will also commence, or has commenced today as well. Nigeria will be playing on Tuesday against Benin Republic. And on that note, after talking about the Flamingos and the NPFL, where we'll still be giving you updates while we are still here in the studio, it's time to go talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yes, we are clearing the road for the Super Eagles of Nigeria as they will be doing battle against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic on Tuesday by 5 p.m. Nigerian time at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium here in Uyo. I mean, it's so hard to call Benin Republic Cheetahs these days. I've always known them as squirrels since I was a little boy. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm tempted to call them the squirrels.
What's with you guys in Africa with animals?
It's what is synonymous to us now. Now it will be our own.
Wait, sweet Mars is something. Indomitable lions, Super Eagles,
yes,
cheetahs, family squirrels.
It's only our brothers that wear white.
Okay.
I can think of.
Okay,
the Pharaohs. It's not an animal.
Desert foxes.
Bafana.
Algeria. Bafana.
Zambia. Chipolopolo. Yeah. The copper bullets. Every other.
The Carthage Eagles.
It's still Eagle now.
It's still Eagle. I am going to enter Europe more seriously. So Europe, we have the three lions. Animal. France is
Le Bleu. The Blues.
Le Blues.
Orange
color.
Spain is La Rojas. Portugal is Quinda Seleção. Italy is the Azuris. Diamond Shaft is Germany. Leave it. Just leave it. Now just leave it. Just leave it. That's what we live in Africa. Well, guys, thank God yesterday danger was actually averted when the Super Eagles actually did make an emergency landing in Luanda. They did land in Luanda to refuel before going back or coming back to Yobo. I mean, on taking off from Luanda, they did discover that the windscreen of the plane was cracked. So the pilots had to go back or return, make a U-turn, and do an emergency landing in Luanda. But blessing safely, thank God, they are safely back in Nigeria. Definitely, it doesn't have any psychological effect, or you say has any effect on Eric Shell's plans for the games, because I mean maybe you landed a little bit later than you would have wanted to or hoped to. Do you think this could have issues as regards rest and fitness for the team?
Definitely not. You can rest when they are shifting, when they are changing the aircraft. It is not an excuse, or it would not be an excuse for whatever plans the Super Eagles and Eric Shell have to accomplish tomorrow. They came back 8 a.m. this morning. You can still have a little bit rest. The game is on Tuesday. Anything they want to do, it can be done. As far as these boys are determined, they came out to play. The aircraft having a little bit of delay is not a problem. At least we thank God the pilot was alert and he noticed the faults on the aircraft earlier on, and immediately the plane was even changed entirely. Let's not say they still had to, maybe they just hit something to manage the plane ahead. That way you can see they will be scared flying that kind of a situation, but it was a new aircraft altogether and they landed safely. I do not think that has any psychological effect on Eric Shell's plans. Neither does he have any psychological effect on the Super Eagles. Nobody was hurt, nobody was injured, everybody came back safely. It should not have any psychological effect on them.
Do you share the same thoughts, Nelson?
Well, for me, I feel that circumstances sometimes lead to some kind of change of plans for some coaches or some players entirely, but this one is not that kind of situations where you can say we landed late and this is why we lost against the Cheetahs. We landed late. Our plans were aborted. This is why we considered 3-0 against Benin Republic. This should not be an excuse. So I think
Benin will beat. What did you say? Because
I'm just saying, you know.
What did you say?
Just saying.
I mean, did you all hear correctly, please? Did we hear that correctly?
No, I'm just saying, you know, because I'm too scared.
The way they go flog all of Unai, they go lie all of like that.
So it should not be an excuse for Eric Shell and the boys, because I remember the Libya incident that happened. Yes, there was a bit of excuse there that they had to leave and abort the game, and they were awarded a 3 point accordingly. But this one, you had time to come back to Rwanda and lodge in the hotel, and you had to rest too. Though you did not reach Nigeria in time to train, but that is one part of it. But it's Benin Republic, yes, tough side, informed side right now, but still, this should not be an excuse. I mean, we have players that are bigger than most Benin Republic players out there. How many Benin Republic players can you mention plays in the Premier League or the Italian Serie A or any other leagues in the world? So I think it's just time for Eric Shell and the boys to just play mature and just give us what we want. At least, even if you want to lose with pride. 1-0 is enough. Just be able to get 1 point at least, or the whole 3 points is good enough for the Super Eagles. So let's just hope for the best. But this one is not an excuse for them.
Okay, now relax. Let's get into matters on the pitch as things do stand. Now, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, they did defeat Lesotho 2-1. Not the scoreline a lot of Nigerians were actually hoping for or hoping to see. But, I mean, you're looking at that game and you're asking what changes would
you be expecting from Eric Sekushel against Benin Republic? And where do you think that he did make mistakes in that first game against Lesotho?
I don't even know whether if he made mistakes. I can't tell exactly because we could recall some key players who were out of that match, especially the defense line, so he had to make do of what he had. Frederick Ekong starting, even though when we did the analysis in the studio, we did not include him the star, but I mean, subconsciously I knew that Ekong was going to start, especially when you have Olaaino out, and I think Felix Agu also out. By the way, Felix Agu has completed a successful surgery, and so he's still in doubt for the AFCON proper that comes up later December in Morocco, so he might not be ready, he might not have recovered enough for him to feature for Nigeria for the AFCON. So with Felix Agu out, Olaaino out, I mean, subconsciously I knew that Ekong was going to start in that match. Then Frederick, Calvin Bassey, and then you look at the midfield. You have Bruno Nyemechi also coming in. Then you had Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, Samuel Chukwueze, Ademola Lookman starting at first. Of course, he was substituted after the yellow card incident, and then Tolu Arokodare starting up with Victor Osimhen. I think he actually listened to you. I don't know if Alexi will be also there. I think she'll actually listen to you, because I don't know if they were I don't think they were aggressive enough, but at least they went all out, knowing that they had nothing to defend against a Lesotho side that shouldn't bite in the first instance. So I could recall you guys being all gun blazing in the studio, you and Alex, on Wednesday, about how they should go all out. So I think they shall actually listen to you, starting up to center forward.
But was it the right combination or profile to have started together?
Maybe not. Maybe not, but they wanted goals. Now, here's the thing. You could see many crosses going in. You have two center forwards who are good aerially. Arokodare is very good aerially. Osimhen is superb aerially. So when you start both of them, you're expecting crosses, but these are similar or identical center forwards. They play similar kind of football, although Osimhen is more involved in games than Arokodare. But these are more or less like static center forward. So they have similar profile. So maybe you will look at that and think probably the other one should have been supportive or not. Maybe that's way, but technically we say, okay, that's that. But on the other side, on the flip side of things, you can also say he wanted goals. So anyway, he can come in. I mean, we saw Akawa Adams coming in and the beautiful footwork, and then, of course, the support from Victor, the assist from Victor Osimhen. So anyway, he can come in. So you could say it was okay to start both of them at the same time, despite having similar profile. You can also say by virtue of tactics and technicalities, you can also say maybe it wasn't okay, because, again, why I'm saying that, I'm not sure the aggression that was displayed on the night was what I expected to see. There were spaces. They didn't really do much through the middle. Maybe that was intentional because of the kind of profile of center forwards that you have up front. So they didn't actually open up the Lesotho guys from the middle much. They depended on the wings. Ademola Lookman, Moses Simon crossing in, trying to take those shots and waiting for rebounds and stuff. So I expected to see more of aggression. I expected to see more into. So in matches like that, where you play against opponents that will sit, in many cases, what disrupts them is quick interchange of passes at the edge of the box. We've seen Pep Guardiola use it. We've seen Mikel Arteta use it with Arsenal. We've seen Arsene Wenger uses it. We've seen which other coach do I mention? Even Carlo Ancelotti, Zinedine Zidane with his Real Madrid side at that time. So what opened up those kind of low block defensive team is quick interchanges. Touch. Before they turn, is Ademola Lookman with the ball. Before they turn, Bruno Nyemechi supporting the width of the attack. Before they turn, it's back to Alex Iwobi. So before they know it, opportunity will be carved open. I didn't see more of that. Again, maybe it's also because like I mentioned, is Victor Osimhen expected to get those crosses. But Victor Osimhen can also drop in and play and join into squeak international passes, and then before you know, he runs behind defenders and get the goal. Something can be attributed to or can be said about Tolu Alokodare. So maybe that's the kind of aggression I didn't see from the side. But when it comes to pressing them, suppressing them, putting them in their half, in majority of the times of the match, I think I saw that. So it was a game where Erisha knew that he had to go all out and get those goals, and he got two. Unfortunately, couldn't keep the clean sheet.
Now let's go to the matter against Benin Republic. It is make or match. Now let me paint out the permutations. Now let's paint the scenario. If South Africa wins, they'll finish top 2. That's definite. But let's paint the scenario: South Africa doesn't win, they lose or they draw against Rwanda. Now, if Nigeria wins 1-0 against Benin Republic, they will top Benin Republic based on head-to-head. If Nigeria wins 2-1,
I thought Benin beats Nigeria.
2-1.
It's 2-1.
2-1 in Cote d'Ivoire.
Won them 3-0.
No, Nigeria. If Nigeria wins 1-0.
Okay, if Nigeria beats. Okay, head-to-head.
Yeah.
Because Nigeria scored.
If Nigeria wins 2-1, it goes down to fair play. Benin has, that's fair play means amount of yellow cards or cards accumulated. Benin has 14, Nigeria has 13. If fair play is equal, FIFA will do random draw, like coin flip or coin toss. We all remember how it was in 2003 Under-17 World Cup when Mikel them did crash out in Finland there. That's what will happen. If Nigeria makes the mistake of winning 3-2, we are out.
Yeah, Nigeria is out.
So we need to win by 1 goal, or 1-0, or 1-0, or by 2 goals to stand a chance.
That's depending on what happens
in
South
Africa, Rwanda. So that's the permutation of how things stand at this point in time. The possible or the possibilities. If South Africa wins and there's a draw in Uyo, South Africa are through to the World Cup, depending on how many goals they beat Rwanda by. So it's still quite a big conundrum as regards Group C, Nigeria's Group 4 World Cup qualifiers. But I mean, I'll come back to you, Reliance, as regards what you're expecting from Eric Shell on the pitch against Benin Republic on Tuesday. But let me come over to you now, Blessing. Nigeria will be without Ademola Lookman for that game. Some will determine it a huge loss. Some will say we have the depth in that squad or in the attacking lineup to actually cover up for Ademola Lookman. Benin Republic will be without 3 players. Junior Lighton, I wanted to come back for the international break. He was partly injured. His club, he snuck out to the airport, but his club hunted him down and brought him back before he could actually board his flight. So he didn't come. Sassi de Almeida is also out. They also have another of their key players out for the side as well, being Benin Republic. That's defender Johan Roche. Now, I mean, which of these sides will you say have bigger issues as regards players missing for this final game? And do you think this absentees will actually have any impact on the side? And also, Lookman, let's start off with Lookman first. I mean, how much of a loss or an impact will his absence actually be for the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
Well, since this World Cup qualifier started, I've been looking at Lookman, and I would say Lookman has not been the Lookman we know. During the AFCON, the last AFCON we played at Cote d'Ivoire that Nigeria came up second, we saw Lookman. That was the spark. That was Lookman then that got him the CAF Male Player of the Year awards. We saw that Victor Osimhen was crowded. Everybody focused on Osimhen because Osimhen is the hot man. Everybody saw him as the talisman, and that was where Ademola Lookman took his chance and struck during that period. We knew that, this was Ademola Lookman. But during this World Cup qualifiers, yes, he has been there. He has been giving threats here and there. He has not been that fiery. We saw a new person that came in on Friday, Ako Adams. I think he got the second goal for Nigeria. In as much as Ademola Lookman is not there, I think Adams is going to be that factor that might help Nigeria. Tolu Arukodare and Victor Osimhen up front, that pairing was not working. They were, how would I put it? They were clashing. They were not able to have that flow together. Ademola Lookman will be missed, yes, but I feel like somebody can come up there. Like I said, Akko Adams can also come up there. These players that I think for Nigeria, Demola Lookman is one of them, and then for Benin Republic, like you said, we also have other players they are missing. That is what Mimi said earlier, that it is an open game. These players that they are missing are key players for the both sides. You just have to capitalize on the weakness of the opponents, of those players that are not there, and the coaches now have to be clinical enough to either tweak some changes, tweak their normal formation and add in some players, or work with bringing players that can be able to fit in the roles of the other ones that are left up. It will definitely affect their game, but if these coaches can be clinical enough, I feel like there is not much effect, especially on Nigeria.
Reliance, Eric Shell has a setup to think of, or how to set up his side ahead of Tuesday's game. Now, we talked about Lookman being absent. Yeah, we know there are some other absentees in the back line, players that didn't get to come for this international break. But, I mean, what are you expecting? What advice do you have for that man? What do you think should actually be the best approach? Do you think William Ekong should start that game? Because as much as it was Lesotho, there are few times that a lot of Nigerians felt uncomfortable with Ekong at the back, especially with certain moments. Do you think Benin might be an opponent too heavy for the man to actually move around with, or Shell to actually start the man with? Like, what are you expecting, and how do we, will you say, make up for Ademola Lookman's absence?
For Ekong, you could see moments of shakiness. You could see that he's not that potent, probably due to the last strings of events that have happened for the last AFCON best player of the tournament. Maybe that could contribute psychologically to his shaky. I mean, that goal that was considered off his feet in the match against the Warriors of Zimbabwe was one of those that probably Nigeria will be looking at and say, if that match was, if that 3 points was sustained, and what happened yesterday Friday happened, Nigeria will be well ahead, more place, better place than at the. In fact, it would have been a clear case of whoever wins between Nigeria and Benin gets the match, or gets the qualification automatic ticket, because you're adding 3 points. Maybe whoever wins between the two. So it would have been a clear case, and Ekong didn't really do as expected, and then that match ended 1-0. And then some other moments like that I can make reference to. I mean, the penalty he scored against Lesotho wasn't convincing, but I'm thinking he was allowed to take that penalty and also to help himself psychologically, mentally. But good thing he scored, because that was a very close one. I mean, we saw the kind of penalty that was saved by Kelleher against Ronaldo in Portugal. I mean, that was very brilliant by Kelleher, the way he positioned his leg to take out the ball. So if that kind of beauty could be saved, how much more that kind of close penalty? I think the goalkeeper read him very well, or read him as much as he could, but just didn't react quick enough to stop him. So he's looking to regain confidence. If the coach decides to drop him, that's fair enough. But I'm still thinking he might not drop him. Just like I subconsciously knew that Ekong was going to start against Lesotho, I'm thinking he might not drop. But again, this is a very cagey match, so you cannot afford those kind of mistakes. You don't have room for apology. Again, if either Nigeria wins, scores more goals, and win, and then Nigeria stands a chance depending on what happened in South Africa, or Nigeria do not qualify, or they win and they don't qualify. Conceding a goal is something Nigeria will need to avoid. So if you look at that, I'm saying 60-40, Ekong do not start. But again, how much options are available at the back line? I'm thinking that's even the reason why he started, against Lesotho.
Do you think Shell needs to change the shape to actually protect him? Maybe go to a 3 at the back.
Yeah, 3 at the back. And it shouldn't be the anchor man. Maybe give Frederick the anchor man. Even though Frederick, has shown enough to tell us that he can lead that back line. Of course, with the experience of Ekong, oh boy, 1 or 2, 1 or 2. Oh boy, 1 or 2, 1 or 2. Just tell him things. Because you don't buy experience in the market. So with the assistance of Ekong, he can lead out. He can be the anchor man of that backline. While Ekong and Calvin Bass will be, will flank him either side. So I'm thinking that's what should happen. 3 at the back. Then you have Bruno Onyemechi, and then maybe Awazi might be Zaidu Sanusi
as your options,
as
at
your
the,
options,
at the left back,
as his left back and right back.
Simon Moses can play as a wing back as well.
If you want to,
you could use
Olusegun there.
The new man.
So that's what I think should happen, because again, you cannot afford to concede and you have to score goals. They just need to find a way and score. I'm expecting a pressure because again, Genaro is a very business-oriented coach. He does not have the complement of 2 or 3 of his key players in this match due to suspensions, accumulated yellow cards, just as Nigeria will not have Ademola Lookman.
Yeah.
This man knows when to kill a match and get the result. 5 years, the most spent by any Nigerian head coach for the Super Eagles. That man cannot roll. So, if he can do what he has done with the Benin Republic side with less quality compared to Nigeria in terms of playing personnel, and then he's coming to Uyo to play a team he knows in and out, a team he practically set up that team, because most of the guys they were invited by Kenneth Raw outside the new invitation, maybe the Olusegun, maybe the Onyemechi, Adams, who again, Frederick, outside these guys. The rest, I mean, he knows these guys and what they can do.
Yeah, he was responsible for their first appearances.
You understand?
For
so
Nigeria.
You can't afford to make a mistake, because the man, General gets a goalless draw in New York. He's as good as he's in the World Cup with Benin Republic, and he knows how to lock up. General is not Lesotho. Lesotho posed a threat to Nigeria. That penalty sort of killed their morale, and they could now open up. And if Nigeria, although I can also understand for Eric Shell, he needed to hold on to that 3 points. Started making substitutions, defensive substitutions, just to see how he can kill off the game. I think that was from the 80th minutes or thereabout. I understand, but although I felt he gave away a little bit too much, because you could see Lesotho started coming back into the game. They started pressing. They started coming out. In fact, they left their back line and they started coming out to play football. And they started enjoying themselves from the middle. That was how they even got the corner in the first place to score. That was how that howler that happened between Nwabali and Shemi Ajayi
happened.
Almost gifted them the second goal, the equalizer. So I felt like he was, should I say, too cautious, but good thing it worked out for him, because I didn't just feel comfortable with, because again, this Nigerian side is also error prone. That defense line is also error prone. What about these days? I don't know. Maybe somebody should. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. If I'll be in you tomorrow, I probably will find a way and tell him, bros, how far now? How far?
Becoming that.
You guys, we know. You guys, So these days, I don't just understand from Wabali, but the summary of everything is that defense line is error prone, and so General sits and then hits you on the counter. It's threatening, and that's why I was not comfortable with Lesotho having the opportunity to come into the match again, start distributing from the middle, having those crosses and all of that almost end them a point in that match. If you can't afford to risk that against Benin Republic, you get punished. They scored at the dead against Rwanda, away from home, to beat Rwanda by a single goal. So they'll punish you. It's a more drill side than what Lesotho could offer any day. So that's the reason why you don't need to allow them to come into the game, and that's the more reason why Shell will need to be very careful and not make those kind of substitutions. And that's another reason why he will need to find a way to get those goals. So that's that for the back line. Then the middle, Iwobi should find a way to do more running. I don't know if it does not have, because again, I didn't just get the feel of who was running in between spaces to receive passes. I think it was a little bit more.
It was too deep, or
was it too deep? I don't know. It was not as fluid as I thought he should have been, because there were moments where you could see spaces open for somebody to run in, collect those passes and distribute, and Iwobi wasn't doing that. So I don't know whether that was because it was too deep or it was only the only creative outlet. I can't really tell, but I think he needs to be a little bit more fluid, because you need that energy in this match. Run in, get those passes, distribute. Run in, get those passes, distribute. I expect to see that, and that can also increase the tempo and cause the aggression. And that is when I'm talking about quick exchange of passes at the edge of the box of your opponent. You need somebody like that. A typical what maybe if Fabregas would do, for instance. I'm not comparing Mikel with Fabregas. I'm just saying in terms of roles. A typical what maybe even Luka Modric would do, sighting those balls and then getting those balls in between spaces and distributing them. So a bit of that will also increase their aggression. So that's what I expect. And then I think he doesn't have to worry. So in the absence of Ademola Lookman, you can have Samuel Chukwueze, and I think he might want to try out Akol Adams, because I think Akol Adams will be good as a supportive striker to Victor Osimhen. So these are the kind of changes I'm expecting the Man effect come Tuesday.
Okay, so we do have to go for a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll still be talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and that game against Benin Republic on Tuesday. This is still Today Sports Live, so do not go anywhere.
Verberge Imperial Hotel. Experience luxury and comfort. Verberge Imperial Hotel is a premier indigenous catering and hotel services provider in Port Harcourt. Our hotel offers a range of well-furnished rooms with modern facilities, ensuring comfortable stay for our guests. Our modern event halls can accommodate over 500 guests, making us the ideal venue for conferences, seminars, weddings, etc. Our state-of-the-art facilities include 24 hours electricity supply, constant and steady internet services, CCTV cameras for enhanced security, fully armed security guards, trained professional personnel. We pose a conducive environment as our hotel is located in a quiet and peaceful environment perfect for relaxation and focus. Our location is at Bank Anthony Avenue off Ordnance Junction, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. Contact us today for inquiries, booking and reservation. Please call 0803-272-4646, 0906-557-0873. Delivering Imperial Hospitality services at Verberg Imperial Hotel.
I want tomorrow day important Yes, so Nigerian Army don't they plan better career opportunity for our Rivers youths, whether boy or girl. Now miss this opportunity. We go help your tomorrow with better handwork, with discipline, pride, and dignity to serve your nation. Now him make the Rivers State Ministry of Youth Development. They invite every youth to a one-day sensitization seminar with the team Beyond the Uniform, unlocking career opportunities in the Nigerian Army. Army officers go there to explain to you, answer your questions, open your eyes, and make you understand the plenty better things and job opportunities waiting for Nigerian Army. Dates na Monday, 13th October 2025. Venue NBA House, Bank Road, opposite Faga Council Secretariat, Port Harcourt. Time na 10 a.m. Late comers no go get chance to enter. This message na from the Rivers State Ministry of Youth Development. Join Nigerian Army.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Yes, welcome back to the show. This is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, and you are still listening to the voice of Harold Google. So you have Blessing, Nelson, and Reliance here with me in the studio. And we were talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria before we did go on that break. Before then, we did talk about Flamingos and the NPFL. But you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp or to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. We'll soon be heading over to the phone lines to get to hear your thoughts as well. But Nelson, Stanley Wabali. We all saw what happened. And we also... Okay, you weren't in the office that day.
No,
you didn't see the expression on everybody's face when what happened happened. We all just looked at each other and just looked at the TV again. Like, what do we have?
to do. Some Nigerians are terming it busybody, some are terming it something else. But I don't know. It looks like the man has been too error prone these days, and is that something Eric Schell will have to be worried about seriously?
I noticed it right from the match against Rwanda. Abi, yes. When he had to pick up a fight against one of the teammates of Rwanda, I'm like, okay, what's going on? You are the goalie of this. You are the keeper of this side. You are the one that's supposed to tell the players not to fight, and you are getting into these big conversations with these players, and it's just into you throwing your hand gloves against them. And I'm like, what's going on, bro? Then it came to South African game. Same thing happened. Now up to the Lesotho game. Lesotho is the side that we should be beating at least 4-0 with the kind of pedigree of players we have. From the beginning of the game to the end of the game, Nwabali was just doing his busybody. Yes, busybody, because a ball that was thrown in they were not supposed to get to you, come out to get the ball. Like, why are you coming out to punch a ball that is meant for the defenders? Ekong was already there, though he's a bit sluggish nowadays, but he was already there. You have left the ball for him to let.
Mention you, Ajayi.
I'm talking about the first goal that he punched out. That the guy had to put like the Lesotho guy.
He came out to punch it. No,
he came out to punch
but
it.
A lot of people had issues with the fact that wasn't a convincing punch. You're flapping your hands at you should face the ball right.
That's in
Exactly,
assist.
just assist.
Accidentally punch. That's in the assist. You don't touch and kill. Well, but if I touch and kill for you shoot too, you touch and kill.
I remember when we played the AFCON when they were supposed to sub him up and bring in Francis Uzoho. Then they were a little boy in the stadium like, please don't bring in. Right now, Nigerians are saying, please take Nwabali out. Please bring in another person to come.
Do we have a better option currently in the team for this window?
Funny enough, if Maduka Okoye was still around, I would have said, okay, maybe he should be in the sticks because of the fact that Nigeria will be able to bring his confidence down a little bit. But at least I'll say, okay, let him come to the sticks against Benin Republic. At least that busybody will not be there in that post side. But to start Nwabali, I think I expect more maturity from him. I mean, yeah, Nigeria will be able to give him that. Yes, he's that kind of keeper that like to show himself up, like to ginger the player, like to make opponents feel that don't name my goal post. So I'm very, very angry goalkeeper. I can be able to even punch you if you get to me.
Nobody's punching anybody.
No, I'm not saying so, but I'm just saying that he should be more mature, because I think that he's the one that's supposed to organize the backline for Nigeria. He's the one that's supposed to organize the backline, to organize Ekong he's the one seeing everything in the pitch. He sees everything. He organizes the players to do more, or generally to do more. So I think coming to Benin Republic, a more drilled side. I'm saying it now, because if we conceive and lose against Benin Republic, it should be at least, even if it's that bad, it should be 1-0. Nevertheless, but I think Nwabali is a good goalkeeper. I will not downplay him that much, but the busybody should at least come down a little bit. He should stop. Let's all see a more mature Nwabali on Tuesday. Let us see saves from him, because we don't have any other goalkeeper to replace him at this point in time. The one that we had, Francis, that he's going to represent Germany right now, and he's not coming.
No, Atubolu was never in Nigeria. He was always a German.
I'm just saying.
Level. What about Maduka Okoye?
Maduka Okoye is still there, but he's banned right now.
He's back in training.
Okay, good. Maduka Okoye is one of our prospects to become that goalkeeper we are hoping to see visit the Neymar type of goalkeeper. We are going to open to seeing him very soon, maybe to capitalize very soon, but we are hoping so. But in the expense of not having that goalkeeper we have, the other countries have that we don't have right now, I think we should be able to make do what we have. But you should be mature enough in the goalie. Please do not conceive enough. Avoid those interactions. The second goal that would have been error that would have been a goal. It was his fault. Semajayi was already there. Why coming out to come and what's the essence of doing that? If not for God, yes, God Almighty that made that ball slip past the post, because Ekong would have not reached that ball. There was no possibility that Ekong would have reached that ball if it was going to the net. Ekong was too slow. So I think on Tuesday, let the coaches Ogumodede and Elechiko and also talk to Nwabali and tell him to calm down, okay, please. It's about to get serious right now. So Calm down.
They should just make him. They
Was
should
it not
make
serious
him
before?
watch the match again, so he will
Let him see
what
his
he
errors,
did.
exactly.
He's overconfident because he feels like it is true that Nigeria does not have any replacement for now. There is nobody dragging him in that spot.
Playing the replacements in abroad.
There's no replacement for now. Like for now, he's the only person manning that place. He's now feeling so confident and so relaxed. Please, after now, you should go and look for a goalkeeper. If not,
So you're saying his days as
cost.
you're saying his days as number one are numbered.
If it is numbered because, okay, first of all, let's say he needs somebody to compete with him. If he sees a competitor, maybe he would get more serious. We saw him during the AFCON. He just came in and then he wanted to prove to Nigerians that, oh, maybe he can take that tough spot. And then we're calling him Vincent Yama. We're saying the head, look at the head. He will know this is the goalkeeper. But now he's becoming overconfident. I feel like he might get better if he has a competitor for that particular position. So we should just go back and look for a goalkeeper that would fight with him for that spot, for that number one spot.
Okay, Reliance.
Yeah.
Hugo Bruce say our destiny is not in our hands. That's for Bafana. It's all down to Nigeria. Is that the truth, or
Yeah.
you feel it's mind games now?
Yeah, it's the truth. Because if Nigeria beats Benin Republic, they want Nigeria to beat Benin Republic, obviously. They want Nigeria to, and they are counting, believing they will beat Rwanda.
That's if they beat Rwanda at the end of the day.
They've already told you, even though logically, rational thinking has taught me that this is also neglecting the primary duty in front of you, which is to beat Rwanda.
They have to do their own part.
I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe, okay, he was asked the question and he had to respond, but I think there should have been a more pragmatic. Listen to Gennaro Raw. Till tomorrow, Gennaro tells you, even when he was answering questions about why FIFA has not deducted the 3 points, just read in between lines. Even when he's asked, Gennaro is more in pole position to qualify for the World Cup automatically in that group. He's topping the group at the moment, and that's what the numbers are saying. But you ask him to, Gennaro tells you, look, it's a three-way battle right now. Nigeria is there, Benin Republic is there. I'm happy with where my team is. South Africa is there. So there would have been a more pragmatic response to that question, because I know that in cases like this, a journalist will ask and he has to answer.
Yeah.
But if you want to read logics into it and rational thinking, it suggests that there is a subconscious neglect of the primary importance in front of you while banking on results elsewhere, which is Benin and Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that's that. But is he spot on? Yes, he has said the truth. If Nigeria beats Benin Republic and they are able to do their own part, they are at the mercy of Nigeria. Because if match fixing was a legal thing, which is not, Nigeria could decide and say, Momo will lose to Benin Republic, maybe Benin Republic go. You know, and then make South Africa go. But that's illegal. That's match fixing, and Nigeria gets punished for it. I mean, we saw Zimbabwe against South Africa. They fought with everything they had, despite going a man down.
I mean, at 2-0, I went to watch the Zimbabwe South Africa.
Because that was going to decide a lot of things. They fought, and the coach said, we are proud. We do not want to favor any team. It's football. I mean, it's football between two Southern African countries. So it should be a worthy entertainment for everyone who turned up to watch that match, because Atlanta, the stadium was that crowded. People, of course, you expect South Africa people to come and cheer their national teams. Yeah, their national team, you know. So it should be crowded. So it should be that kind of, it's like Rivers United playing against Bayelsa United. If both teams had something, or they were adapted, I mean, it should be that enticing and scintillating for everyone to watch. People from Bayelsa who turn up for the match. People from Rivers State who are already here for the match, you know. And they proved it, because so many persons gave up hope when they considered that red card. But they fought everything. So that's how that match was, and then you see what you saw. It tells you that Rwanda can go to South Africa and get a win. So you do not have to neglect the primary task in front of you, which is anything can happen. It's final day, trust me. Nigeria can have a stroll into that World Cup qualification, to get that World Cup ticket, because I mean, you can't tell. Rwanda goes to South Africa and with the kind of tension, because look, let me borrow the words of, maybe not verbatim, but let me borrow the words of Calvin Bassey.
Yeah.
Nigeria is better placed to navigate this kind of tension than South Africa.
Because they're used to it.
They're used to it. They've been there. And they have players who play in high-profile leagues who have been in this kind of tension. They understand what it means to face this kind of tension. So Nigeria has the advantage, players-wise,
even than Benin Republic, some would say.
Than Benin Republic. But here's where Benin Republic has the advantage. They have a coach who understands how to navigate this kind of waters as well. Having coached Nigeria for 5 years and having qualified Nigeria for major tournament with matches to spare. So psychologically, he knows what he's doing with those players. And that explains why they were able to fight till the end, getting that vital win against Rwanda away from home at the dead. It's psychological, Henry, for them to be able to do that at that point when some other teams would have been like, oh my, don't finish. That match would have ended goalless. But they held on. So that's the advantage that Benin Republic has. But for South Africa, you can't say same, even when you have Hugo Bruce as the coach. You can't exactly say same.
He's an AFCON winner. He's an AFCON winner. Don't you think that experience counts?
Well, the experience also counts, but again, the way the advantage or where his disadvantage a little bit is on how his players will interpret it. Because for Grow, we've already seen that they've been able to, okay, no thanks to the deducting of 3 points from South Africa. Who thought South Africa would be topping that group? Who gave Benin Republic, rather, a chance to top that group by the penultimate match day to the end of the qualifiers. So they've already shown promises. South Africa should have beaten Nigeria at home. They should have won that match. But Nigeria threatened in that match. That shouldn't have happened. South Africa had no business playing goalless against Zimbabwe. At all. They had no business. That happened. So that is not showing signs of psychological advantage. But for Benin, look at where they are. For Nigeria, Nigeria is still in the picture. So that's why you look at this and you're thinking they have the advantage to navigate these waters than South Africa has. So that is why they need to be very wary of playing against Rwanda. The Rouge can go there and get the win. And spoiler. But the man has said the truth. They are at the mercy of Nigeria, provided they do their own part of the job. If Nigeria beats Benin Republic sufficiently enough, while they also win, Nigeria has done them a favor.
Okay, so Nigeria has been in this sort of situation in the past before. 1994 World Cup, we had to go to Algiers to get a draw or to avoid defeat against Algeria to qualify ahead of Ivory Coast, and we got a 1-0 draw. 2002, we had to beat Ghana and hope Liberia, who are table toppers then. Or we had to hope that Liberia, who were table toppers at that point in time, will you say won against Ghana, but Ghana did play out a 1-0 draw with Nigeria, or with Ghana played out a 1-0 draw with group leaders Liberia in that instance, and Nigeria had to win, which we did our part by winning by 3-0 against 3-0 in that game. Tijani Babangida, Yakuba Yegbeni doing their own part for Nigeria as they did qualify in that one. And also 2010, the most recent one, where Dario, the captain of Mozambique, said, Nigeria, calm down, we will do the business for you in Maputo. And Dario was the one that scored the goal. I remember I left the Kenya-Nigeria game as I was watching Mozambique to this time, because Kenya-Nigeria was not my business at some point in time as well. So, I cannot forget that. So, do you think that's another situation? Maybe Rwanda does it, and South Africa is unable to get a victory. Then Nigeria does something emphatic and ends up winning Benin Republic convincingly here in Nigeria. Can the Super Eagles of Nigeria make it to USA, Canada, and Mexico 2026 next year? 0810 9510951 0810-9510951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have discussed on the show this evening. Yes, the SMS and WhatsApp portal is also there as well. That one is 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
Yeah, my name is Collins. I'm calling from D-Line.
Okay, Collins, please go ahead.
Yeah, Nigeria will qualify because I watched South Africa, Zimbabwe. Most of their key players, they are down with injuries, and it's just that Rwanda, they have really improved so much. And you watch the first game, South Africa 2-0 in Kigali. So I don't see Zimbabwe beat them, at least a draw. But my problem is can Nigeria beat the Republic? Problem now. You think Ademola Lookman is not playing. I don't know who fits in his position. So I wish Nigeria good luck. I predict Nigeria will beat Benin by a long goal. Because if we win Benin by a long goal, I think we have a better head-to-head. We'll tie on 17 points and we have a better head-to-head ahead of them.
Yes.
So I pray Nigeria should carry the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Collins. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sorry. This sounds like Kabulubari.
Kabulubari.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. About the Nigeria match on Tuesday. You see, every time when I talk, they always blame our NSF. Just because this particular stage where we did, not the stage where we're supposed to do. But based on say things they're supposed to do, they're not go do. Then go to sit down. They make people they pray. So people don't pray now. You don't work out. They come enter Nigeria hand. But how we will take win them? Because General, that man, even in Nigeria we say no good. But that man, he know what they do. If you come Nigeria, come play draw. Because those boys where they play ball for us. Those boys I not see any seriousness. They know they like people will come for to do something. Then just come like people where they say, collect this thing, go clean that thing. They no get my say it get waiting and they fight for. Now only my problem and that. On Tuesday, you go fit come we sit down say make we watch. Little mistake we go do. But waiting on that say me I no go like make it come start that match on Tuesday. If I may be coach, I no go use that. Because I come in leg down the tire. So this kind of pressuring match, no be match where you go use them. Or if you want to use them, make him no use them the heart of the defense. Make him carry and go either two. Then carry that Felix, take play. Make him hold the defense. Carry back a play from the other side. If not for me, but me I still say the boys, they know they serious.
Okay.
Line the thing. But as a Nigerian,
keep on hoping.
I not go see which part. I hope we win. But on everything I feel them say the chance where they get, make them take them. Because as a day like this, South Africa, me, I know they even they see them like people who go fit do anything. The only game where they play now to carry Nigeria go rugby field. Yes, because they be no say Nigeria will win there for that match. But as Nigeria, the people with the arrange our football, those ones are then just they follow. Waiting they're supposed to do, they're not supposed to do. If not, that South Africa match by today for Sunday we foresee we don't qualify. But I don't blame them. Now the chance they then get to there, I make then they use the embarrass us. And I make them go see they go carry the thing where they're not serious to represent us. So I don't blame them.
Okay.
Now their chance to make them carry on. But I wish they win. But for me to carry calculator, lie I know they.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Kabulu Barry. Hello, caller, good afternoon. Good evening. Okay, we lost that one there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is open 0810-9510951. Let's get to hear your thoughts. Hello, caller, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Name and location.
Mr. Polo from Roma Hollow.
Okay, Mr. Polo, please turn down the volume of your radio set. I can get the whole back, please.
You see, the problem of Nigerian football is that we don't have a creative midfielder. In those days, that JJ Okechan and Kalu Wanko were there. JJ can hold the ball at the midfield and put a very good pass, and you will see a goal. But as I watch Nigerian Green Eagle, Super Eagle, I'm not seeing that kind of creative midfield. Somebody that can hold the ball, dribble, 1, 2, and pass. I'm not seeing it. I just don't know if we can get a creative midfielder, somebody that can dribble, a dribbler, a fine dribbler that can dribble the ball, with the ball, dribble 2 or 3 people, create spaces, pass the ball, and you will see Osimhen will collect the ball and score goals. It's not in their spike. I've not seen a good dribbler there. Somebody that can confidently hold the ball and dribble 2 or 3 people and create space, passing the ball to Victor Osimhen, and he will score. And another thing is that in those days of Daniel Amokachi, if you see Daniel Amokachi in the beach, he fights like a wounded lion. Those days of Daniel Amokachi. Daniel Amokachi fights like a wounded lion. He goes back to the back, collect ball, go to the front, and make a pass. I think those guys were very qualitative. I'm not seeing it in this Paeko. There is no commitment. There is no commitment. That is why I am afraid of them beating Benin Republic. The stars are there, but there's no commitment. We don't have commitment in the Super Eagles. If we have it, like those of Daniel Amakati, Carlo Wangwo, Tijani Babangida, those days, if you have those kind of people, nobody will beat Nigerians. We have stars, but there's no commitment. Until there is a commitment in the Super Eagles, the sky will be at their starting point.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is open now. Let's run through the score lines from the NPFL as things do stand. Abia Warriors still leading El Kanemi Warriors by 2-0. That game is in injury time. Ikorodu City still leading Benden Insurance by 1-0 as well. Kano Pillars leading Shooting Stars by 1-0 also. Katsina United 2-1 up against Remo Stars. Kunkalifas are leading 10-man Eimba by 1-0. That game is in injury time as well. Nassau United leading Rangers International by 2-1. Plateau United are 2 goals up against Barao FC at 2-0 for Plateau United. Warriors playing out a 1-0 draw with Niger Tornadoes, while Wiki Tourists are also playing out a 1-0 draw with Kwara United. We tell you earlier that the game between Rivers United and Bayelsa United has been postponed tomorrow due to heavy rainfall. 0810-9510951. 0810-9510951. You can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Name and location, please.
Good evening, man. We serve one no sport. My name na Honorable Comrade Desire Barry Dakara, calling from Tamba. Hope you understand Pidgin English because now waiting I go use.
Go ahead, Comrade Desire.
Super Eagle to the World Cup. It's too obvious that we are going to the World Cup. But I don't want to know. As I did like this, I don't want to know. But only what I want to beg from your share is this. Super Eagles don't have patterns. Super Eagles no can't even get pattern with them. What are they doing? What thing be the Jesus? What thing be the pattern are they doing for ancestors' sake? What thing be the pattern? What thing did they play? Hey? Now, Victor Wabari and Stanley Wabari. Wabari is too comfortable at that post. He feel like say nothing they happen. There's some see now why I like Jose Mourinho. No matter who you be, if you make mistake, you pay for it. That will make you serious. When you get two people for one place, you go see say the other person go look ever try him. Nobody's comfortable. We should bench him first. You see when they bench Trust Ekon after he missed penalty score Ungo been do it. See last match, the man was everywhere. Him and the other boy. Now those two people for that defense, they give me hope. Waiting be that in them again, Franklin. I be waiting.
Frederick.
Don't forget. Think that boy. I'm owing him now. Owing me a bottle of malt. He try at least. You give him a bottle of malt. He try.
Don't worry. When you see him, Comrade Desire. When you see him, you give him that bottle of malt. Let's round up your thoughts quickly, please.
And again, I want to urge Nigeria, our country. Understand? Say make them our players, make them no listening to any people, anybody talk. Make they just do that thing where they do for outside. And I hear one thing, man, no vex. I hear say don't suspend the African best, not true?
Mademna Lukman is suspended, yes, for the game.
Please, can I know why? Don't be offended.
Second yellow card. Comrade, is that
actually?
It's a second yellow card, yeah.
But you actually know why I can't play football.
Comrade Zai, let's leave it there. Let's give other callers because we're about to run out of the studio.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's see if we can take one more call before we get to run out of the studio. 0810-9510-951. Okay. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yeah,
Kabulubari. Let's make it quick. 30 seconds.
I beg, my message now for standing one body. You don't too day comfortable. Now that comfortable 9 days. I beg, make on tell us say on Tuesday. That thing where they enter in here, making carry and go keep for Ogbema. Then waka empty body, go yo. I beg. Now only the problem then be that. Then they talk about fatigue. Those players nothing they fatigue for them. Oh. They
okay.
No track leg or they no enter motor from South Africa come Nigeria.
Okay.
Maybe they no give that excuse. So
okay.
That one.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Kabolo Barry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's much you can actually take on the show this evening. My name is Hero Gugu. I did it with Reliable Reliance, Blessing Thompson, and Nelson Odia. The news by 6 is up next with Queen Chima. So, stay safe, stay blessed, and enjoy the rest of your evening, and still keep listening to Today 95.1 FM. Bye-bye.
I say we ready for the world to come. Go. Clear the road for Super Eagles. Hey, clear the road for Super Eagles. Hey, Super Eagles all the way. Green, white, green are the color. Hey, clear the road for Super Eagles.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Immediate past chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, has identified multiple litigations, conflicting court orders, electoral violence and vote buying as some of the biggest challenges undermining the smooth conduct and management of elections in Nigeria. And the foreword of a new book titled Election Management in Nigeria 2015 to 2025, which chronicles his two-term tenure as INEC chairman, Yakubu also highlighted technical glitches, equipment failures, and network connectivity issues as recurring obstacles to election administration. The 220-page publication, divided into 11 chapters, was released on Yakubu's final day in office as INEC chairman. Despite these challenges, Yakubu noted that the commission recorded remarkable achievements between 2015 and 2025, many of which he said should be sustained to build public trust and improve the integrity of future elections. According to Yakubu, the book provides the most comprehensive account of the Commission's reforms, innovations, and lessons under his leadership. He stated that during his tenure, INEC implemented key reforms across various areas, including the legal framework, voter education, election security, deployment of technology, and stakeholder engagement, all aimed at improving transparency and strengthening public confidence in the electoral system. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged the newly nominated chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Josh Amupitan, to prioritize and ensure effective prosecution of politicians and their sponsors who are suspected to be responsible for electoral offences, including violence, bribery, vote buying, conspiracy and undue influence during the general elections and off-cycle elections since 2015. SERAP urged Mupita to also prioritize the amendment of the Electoral Act 2022 to ensure the conduct of free and fair elections in 2027 in conformity with the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended and the country's international obligations. SERAP urged him to ensure that any reform of the Electoral Act includes provisions for the timely prosecution of electoral offences and access of voters to justice and effective remedies for violations of their fundamental rights. President Bola Tinubu had last week nominated Amupita as the new INEC chair to replace Mahmood Yakubu, who left the position weeks before the expiration of his second term of 5 years. In a letter signed by its Deputy Director, Kolowole Oluwadare, SERAP said there cannot be a fair electoral process if the body managing the exercise fails to ensure the effective investigation and prosecution of electoral offences and access of voters to justice and effective remedies. It said the persistent failure by INEC leadership to ensure the effective investigation and prosecution of electoral offences makes a mockery of Nigeria's electoral process and participatory democracy and undermines public trust in the electoral body. Well, President Bola Tinubu has departed Abuja for Rome, the capital of Italy, to participate in the Akaba process heads of state and government level meeting. According to a statement by the president's spokesman, Bayo Onanuga, the Akaba process meeting is a counter-terrorism initiative launched by King Abdullah II of Jordan in 2015. It is co-chaired by the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Italian government, which focuses on security crisis in West Africa. The statement notes that participants of the meeting will exchange assessment of the current security landscape in West Africa and foster collaboration between regional and international partners to address cross-border security challenges. The meeting will discuss ideas on how to coordinate efforts to combat online radicalization and disrupt digital networks that facilitate terrorist propaganda and recruitment. In addition to attending the plenary sessions of the Akaba meeting, President Tinubu will hold bilateral talks with other leaders to explore ways of addressing the rising security challenges across the sub-region. Accompanying the president are the Minister of the State for Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ujugu, Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and other government officials. The Nigeria Police Force National Cybercrime Center has intensified efforts to combat the growing menace of online crimes with a one-day cybercrime awareness campaign held in Abuja aimed at promoting digital literacy, responsible online behavior, and public resilience against cyber threats. The NPF NCCC was established as a specialized unit under the Nigeria Police Force to combat the growing wave of cyber-enabled crimes in the country, including online fraud, identity theft, financial scams, and cyber-bullying. The center works closely with key institutions such as the Nigerian Communications Commission, the National Information Technology Development Agency, and the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to enhance Nigeria's capacity in cybercrime prevention, investigation, and digital forensics. A statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Benjamin Hundeyi, said the exercise marked a significant stride in educating Nigerians online safety, promoting secure digital practices, and strengthening the nation's collective defense against cyber threat. According to the statement, the Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebetokun, represented by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Force Criminal Investigation Department, Sadiq Abubakar, reiterated the force's commitment to ensuring a safe digital environment for Nigerians. The Special Counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Aloy Ejimako, says the continued detention of the Biafran agitator should be opposed by citizens. Ejimako said Kanu cannot be tried on the basis of the infamous extraordinary rendition that brought him back to Nigeria. He said those who truly support the rule of law in Nigeria should oppose the continued persecution of Kanu. In a statement he issued, Ejimako urged Nigerians to join the October 20 protest to the presidential villa in Abuja. Well, on the foreign scene, renegade military unit in Madagascar has announced that he will take control of the armed forces, intensifying a crisis after the elite soldiers who once helped bring the current president to power switched sides to join anti-government protesters. The declaration followed after the presidency accused unnamed forces of attempting to overthrow President Andre Rajoelina. In a statement, the presidency said an attempted illegal and forcible seizure of power was underway in the African nation without providing details. The crisis marks the gravest threat to Rajoelina's rule since his disputed 2023 re-election with the very soldiers who installed him through a 2009 coup now turning against him. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Rufin Zafisambo, a military general appointed after Rajoelina, dismissed his predecessor under pressure from demonstrators, said the government was fully ready to listen and engage in dialogue with all factions. Madagascar's army has a long history of intervening in politics during crises. Since independence in 1960, it has backed or led several power shifts, including coups in the 1970s and in 2009, when he helped oust President Marc Ravalomanana and brought reformist Mayor Rajoelina to power. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening. I am Queen Chima.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.